All right, I guess it's working. So I guess the big channel is still locked down. Fuck you very much, the troll that locked us down, but it is what it is. Those people are awful people. In the meantime, ladies and germs, thank you very much for joining us. Am I going to be muted on this channel? I think I am going to be muted. All right, right on. Perfect. Dang it. No, I'm not muted. All right. So anyway, ladies and gerbils, I have to hand this fucking bullshit. Okay, where am I at? All right. I have to hand this off to D because I'm actually still driving. I'm stuck in some traffic and stuff, so I'm going to have to drive home. It's still going to take me about a half hour to get home. So folks, please do join D. I'm going to try to post the link right now so that folks can join D. Hop on. I'm going to make him, I got to remember to make him the host so that he can actually do stuff. Make host. There we go. All right, boom. So, ladies and germs, please do welcome D, and like I said, hop on, join him, come chat. Don't cause any shenanigans, don't cause any problems, blah blah blah. So, ladies and germs, well, what am I trying to say? Yeah, hop on. So I'm going to be there as soon as I can, ladies and geraniums. And other than that, I need to remember to post the link. Other than that, off to you. Cheers, D.
Thanks, Creamy. Drive safe, bro. Welcome, everybody. Just a reminder, we usually hand this off to myself by now, but this show is for educational entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here, and if not, you have to get out. That means you, and you. Hopefully, in a second, Fumilar will post the link. Welcome, everybody. Crime More Grows first in the chat tonight. Hello, Miss Chronic. Buddy Kilowatt. Hello, Captain. What's going on, buddy? Hope everyone's having a great night. I am going to... Let's get all this other stuff out of the way here. So just bear with me 1 second. Share screen. All right.
Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that the show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them. You cannot borrow them. You cannot steal them. You cannot get them bequeathed to you. You cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot, in any way, get drugs from the show. There's no secret menu. There's no super secret menu. There's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals, those are cautionary tales, and you should never under any circumstances emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidoro and Fumidoro the Flavors, everyone on Fumidoro and all of the guests, that drugs are bad and you should not under any circumstances emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults only, and of course, we do not under any circumstances offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. Under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the future. I don't know. Maybe.
Thank you, D. Oh, I guess that'd be me for sharing that. I guess Sumner is stuck in traffic and busy. He'll be here after. I'm going to pin the link. Oh, look, yeah. That's what that's what I was just about to do. Just give me 1 second here, folks, and I will pin the link for the chat or for the Zoom meeting. So hope everybody's having a great night. Like I said, just trying to. There I am. And there is the link. There we go, folks. If you want to chat, there's the link. I just posted the link in the chat. I can't pin it because I don't have pinning powers. That would be Fuminor. He is stuck in traffic, so but which is okay. I can handle it till he take over until he gets here. So let's see. What am I smoking on tonight? I am smoking on some Pink Bubba Kush or Pink Bubba. And I'm also smoking on some blueberry muffins, like always, and some blueberry muffin dry ice hash. And I am also smoking on some Death Bubba tonight. So there you go. And I also got some hash somewhere. Here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Let's show that off. Maybe. Nice import Afghan. Cheers, grab green fingers, Ned Kelly, small tubes, Al Telescope Uranus. Humidor in the flavors. No, I'm not letting you in, Smash. You're not allowed. I'm just kidding, buddy. It didn't pop up, so there you go. We'll add Smashed, and then we'll make Smash the co-host in a minute. There he is. Let him get connected. Make him a co-host. Oh, well, Smash is getting set up. Let's just show this off real quick. Oh, maybe. Share screen again. We'll get right to you, Smash. Just gonna get all the housekeeping and all that other good stuff out of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Fumadoro.com. Streams of gold and all that good stuff to get yourself some good awesome merch and some awesome seeds. Like this shirt right here. The High Noon Safety Meeting. That's my shirt, sweatshirt there. Team Brains. By the way, coupon code for the seeds is Brains. BRAINZ. Brains. And you get a discount on that. That is just for the seeds only. It won't work for any of the Gage Green or Troubadour's merch that he's selling. Anyhow, I think that's about it for that. Smash, you there, buddy?
Yo.
What's going on, Smashed?
Nothing, man, chilling.
Right on. I'm just reading your chat. That's pretty funny. Let me in, please. What's going on, Ryan Kowalski? Jones and to grow. Old fashioned. Hope everybody's having a great night. I don't know if you caught the when I had to show the little friggin' what do you call it? Humidor with the birds and stuff.
Disclaimer?
Yeah, disclaimer. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Boy, oh boy. Anyways, I ran it like super faster tonight. It was pretty funny.
Where's Fumi?
He's driving home right now.
Oh, shit.
He's stuck in traffic. So come join us, folks. I'll repost the link for to join us. There we go.
Smoking some shine apple.
What's that?
Smoking shine apple.
Oh, nice. How is that?
Pretty good.
Right on.
Wish it wasn't seeded.
Oh, yeah.
but I'll be flipping a flower next week, I think.
Nice.
I got some soil. I gotta transplant those little clones into solo cups. I gotta take one more ChemDog clone.
Mhm.
I might need some more soil too, but yeah, we're gonna uppot everything. I got a 3-gallon grape fun dip, a 5-gallon grape fun dip, and a 7-gallon Leonardo. The 3 gallons probably going into a 5. The 5, 7 into a 7. Then I have
Oh, no.
1 gallon apple fritter, 1 gallon ChemDog. Those are both probably gonna go into a 7. I need to get some clone
Right on.
rapid rooters for cloning.
Oh,
Yeah, it's starting to get cold though. It is.
yeah, it is at night, especially at nighttime now, dropping down.
It's 45 degrees right
Shit, eh?
now. 70% humidity. But
Mhm.
Tropical Storm Philip is moving west. Oh, come on, you fucking mother. Goddamn bastard. Please don't come near us. There's another fucking hurricane in the Dominican Republic right now.
Oh, really? Cheers,
Uh,
Captain.
Cheers.
The other one missed us. There was Lee, and then there was another one that like cut up into like the middle of the United States.
Yeah.
I gotta pull my outdoor crop.
Ooh.
I don't see it getting frozen yet. Tonight's 44 low. Excuse me. Tonight's a 44 low. The rest of the week, 46 low, 48, 54. So I'll probably end up, let's see, month. Where's the monthly forecast? It warms up at the beginning of October. Might be able to pull off another month with some of them.
Mm-hmm.
It says 3 rainy days, 27 sunny days.
True.
Looks like October is supposed to be hell nice. I gotta actually go out there and look tomorrow. It's been done for a couple weeks now.
It just got done raining here. First time in 3 days.
Big storm. Hurricane Lee came in. There was no rain, but there was a lot of wind, and it pretty much stripped my mail. There was like no leaves left on it or anything, but it was dying out anyway. It was the end of its life cycle. I went out the day after. Any pollen sacks I found, I plucked them off and I rubbed them all over the pistils. Hopefully to seed them. We'll see if it worked. Some lemon kush. I picked up some slushy.
What is slushy?
A strain.
No shit.
I don't know.
And a drink too.
I don't know. I'll look it up. Hold on. Slushy strain. Because I know a company around here made blue slush. what strain is slushy? Everyone says what I'm getting is slushy is blue slushy. Girl Scout cookie to blueberry.
Okay.
Hold on. I lied to you. 1 second. I actually have a, hold on.
Now you've lied twice to me. You told me to hold on for a second.
I have stickers somewhere. I don't know if this company made it because they gave me a sticker for blue slushy. They're from here, but yeah, they gave me this sticker, Lazy River Blue Slushy. This potent hybrid was created by crossing blue cookies. Oh, okay, here we go. Blue cookies, Girl Scout cookie to blueberry with Georgia pie. Gelati to KM11. I don't know what KM11 is, but yeah. Lazy River. This is a company around here. I don't know if they're in other regions. Let me see. Oh, they have a picture of the blue slushy. Where is it?
Nothing like leftover calzone.
Limonene, caryophyllene, myrcene.
So Thailand doesn't have tomato sauce, Captain?
We do, but that's all you get on your pizza or your pasta sauce is just tomato sauce. There's no like paste added to it.
Oh,
Yeah, I gotta have a good marinara sauce.
that's
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my! Every time,
Yeah, I keep seeing them post ketchup, and I'm like, nah, fuck that.
exactly.
Yeah. Marinara sauce is one of the reasons why I want to open up my own restaurant.
I can cook. I opened up a breakfast spot around here with this lady. I was the kitchen manager, head chef. I did all the ordering. A lot of she had a bunch of like ideas on the menu, but I had like my seasonings for the burgers, my seasonings for the fries, all that stuff I came up with. It was fun. I thought about I've always wanted to have a food truck.
Oh, fuck.
You know what? I see a lot of these places over here that have like different types of burgers and all that. They really don't sell that many different burgers. Most people come in, they look at the menu, they kind of get overwhelmed at all the choices and everything. And then they just end up ordering something simple to begin with.
So I usually the thing is you can't complicate a menu, especially in like this climate, like this world. People want an easy experience.
Yeah.
So once you give them a fucking 3 or 4 page menu, they start getting flustered.
That's why I think, a good dispensary, if you do like 8 or 9 strains really well, that's all you should have to carry. 3 broadleaf, 3 hybrids, and 3 sativas, and you should be good to go.
Right on up for the plant. Papaya punch.
I don't know. I'll argue a little. I like the fact that they have a decent price. Like for someone like me, I want to be able to pick like throughout different strains and tiers and
Yeah, but you don't have $1 million a week expenditure. You know, you got to try to make money out there. Your personal garden, shit, yeah, grow as many different types as you want or you like. I do. Spice of life, people.
here I'll show you.
Exactly, fingers.
There's
Green
been-
Finger just said, sorry, go ahead, Captain.
No, good, man.
I
That's
wasn't
okay.
talking.
Green Finger just said the same thing. Variety is the spice of life. That's exactly right. No, nobody's talking. What's everybody smoking on in chat tonight? I see Love for the Plant stabbing on some Lynn Jeffrey. And he's trimming up some Papaya Punch VX1. I'm rolling up some Death Bubba right now. Maybe some hash. On the next one.
We have a lot of this shit on the market pre-ground. $15 for 7 grams.
Yeah, that's all
Oh,
the
wait.
little small shit.
Already milled? Is it already milled?
Yeah,
Leafed.
yeah.
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 But
We
these
get
are
that.
like,
We got that here too. In our
This is-
legal market.
this is one of the better spots for like eighths at a good price. You get a variety of different companies. Lit's really good. This company, Rev Farms, I've actually find to be really good. But yeah, then the price watch will go. This is low to high, so we'll go up a little bit. And there's still $50 eighths in here. Like these are the 25s, pancakes, blah blah blah. 30 Jack Skunk. Let's see, 30, 30, 30. Ooh, Rainbow Papaya Bomb. That kind of sounds fire. $40 eighth right here. Pancake batter. Miracle Mint's $40.
Yeah.
I spent 2,750 baht the other day, and I walked out of the store with 23 grams.
Blue Dream.
So right around $100 an ounce.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Not for Thailand. Not for Thailand.
It's too bad you guys can have some of the delivery services that I have around here, man. I wouldn't believe the prices and the quality.
Yeah.
And Master Blaster rank.
Mm.
You people start talking crap like that. That's a quick way to get banned out of the room. So keep it up. I timed you out, but you're not banned yet. But keep it up, and you will be. That's all I have to say about that.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I can't see it. I don't have power.
Oh, I deleted the chat. I timed you out.
I think there's a Turp Town coming out. I gotta actually text Miranda.
Nice. I'm fucking hungry now because you fuckers talking your food.
Hey, I got some cereal here for you. I was going to have that until I remembered that I had part of the calzone left. So I'll let you have my cereal.
Okay. Thanks. That's funny.
They're like cornflakes, but they're made out of wheat. So they taste a lot different.
That's different.
Yeah, they're dipped in honey.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Sunset
Really
Driver.
good.
No, yo, Cremo Grove. That sounds good. Sunset Driver. I want to try that.
Sunset driver, Sunday driver.
Sunday driver.
Sunday. Sunday Driver. Thank you. Yeah. Especially
Yeah,
red.
Red Setter made a nice mix of his with a Death Star bubble hash for me.
Right
That was
on.
really good. Nice and stony. I wish I had some of that left.
I wish. Yeah.
Mm.
Too bad you can't freaking send shit over the border. I definitely get some of red stuff, man. I heard red gear is fire. Shout out
Yeah,
red.
his dry sift is really good.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Really terpy. Really terpy. Ah. Having a tough day today.
Mm-hmm. Super boof. What are we looking at, Smashed? Oh, clones. Clone menu. Okay, I see you now. Oh, now I don't see. Ah.
There was a clone menu they posted over here, and it said, contact us for quantity discounts. So I contacted them and I asked them for quantity discounts. They sent me their price list.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay. And they said, this is our price list. And I said, okay. Do you have a price list for quantity like I originally asked for?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, we don't give quantity discounts unless you buy 150 or more.
Uh-huh.
And then they contacted me back. Is there any way we can help you? I said, if I don't get a discount until the 150th clone, I don't fucking think so.
Yeah. Oh,
Especially when they were wanting 800 baht a clone minimum in rock wool. Not even in a pot, nothing, just rock wool, and want 800 baht.
Yeah.
So
And what is that?
$25 to clone.
Mm-hmm. Right on.
But we give discount on quantity, and then you contact them about quantity, and they send you their single price sheet.
Yeah.
And tell you this is the price. Well, I guess it is the price when you have to buy a quantity of 150. Because I know places that I can go and buy 200 and they're 200 baht a piece.
Right on. Good evening, Sai. Hello, chat. That's crazy.
Mic check. My shit working?
What?
My stuff was giving me problems.
Oh, shit. I don't hear no chipmunks yet, so that's a good thing. Green Finger saying, honey wheat flakes, what the fuck is that? Yeah.
Dude, I need to get some edibles. So I guess Miranda is going to the Cultivator Cup, which has a Wu-Tang member. Fuck, I wish I was in Florida right now. Wu-Tang, Nas, Capadonna, a whole bunch of people just played. They've been playing. They're on tour right now.
That it?
Is this a hip hop, a rap, a cannabis tour, or what?
Fuck if you. I don't know. Hip hop.
Man, I'm just coming up with the winners today.
Hold on. I'm trying to find.
Help us, bud.
What's
Come on, Robert.
the New York State of Mind tour? That's what I gotta look up. NY State of Mind tour. The saga continues worldwide. Wu-Tang Clan member, or Wu-Tang Clan and Nas are on tour right now. And my homie's there. His Cap's on tour right now. They're actually like, yeah, they were just in Europe. They've been on tour since May 9th and started in Australia.
Crikey.
They just played Nashville, September 22nd, Hollywood, Florida, 23rd, Jacksonville, 24th, Tampa. They're not coming to, they're going to New York, but they're not coming to like not where I live, which sucks.
Capadonna came to Toronto a while ago.
I think they're coming up. They're doing Vancouver, BC, Calgary, Winnipeg.
That's one west. For winter
I
pack.
think Bourne's coming up on tour soon.
They're doing Toronto October 1st.
Nice. I think my buddy's going to that.
I would love to see Nas.
Our festivals start here really soon. The only trouble is man, are they cold at night?
Mm-hmm.
78 during the day and 42 at night.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. My snowsuit out.
Mhm. The one local bar owner used to put on a festival every December 9th. And every year I've been here, December 9th has been like the coldest day of the year.
Mm-hmm. Brian Kowalski, that's pretty cool and crazy. You should come on and show us that. He's got over 1 gallon of cannabis seeds soaking for 24 hours now. He's got to drain and rinse them tonight. Or two not. But tonight. Welcome, Narfi. How's it going? In a little while, I'll go up and I'll show you my plants I pulled. I pulled my plant for this year. Blueberry muffins.
Yeah, maybe in about 100 days I'll be able to do that.
Nice. Old enough yet. I gotta find something to eat soon. I'm fucking hungry. First, another joint. I'm gonna roll some hash. Hash time. Hash time coming.
Get a pizza delivered. You should be able to get a 24-hour pizza at this time of night.
Yeah. Yeah, still early enough. It friggin' sucks when it's like 1 or 2 a.m. and you guys were talking about food, especially humidors. Like, I'm gonna go get some food. It's like freaking early for me. Everything's open. They're terrible. What?
Yeah,
What are you
but my
talking?
food is usually breakfast at this time.
Yeah.
You know, this show starts at 9 a.m. for me.
Yeah. We're a wake and bake show for you.
Yep.
No. What's more that's pink? Pink Bubba. Pink Bubba and some hash. What are you talking? I don't understand what you're talking about, Ryan. Carol Hoopers. Carol Boofers. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, I can't think I can show this. Oh well. It's fun. Take my word for it, folks. Oh, here, I'm going to post the link again. Before I really get to this joint, I'll post the link.
Yeah,
Maybe.
my phone updated and took all the phone numbers out. So
Oh,
I
shit.
lost all the numbers and things like that, so I don't need that. But my other phone still has them.
Yeah, I hate when that does that. There we go. There's a link, folks. I just can't pin it. Come join us.
It's okay.
I'm going to roll a joint now with some hash. Some import hash.
Import.
Yes, sir.
Moroccan
Yes, sir.
or Lebanese?
I'm
Okay.
Moroccan. I like this stuff. What I like is they throw it to me sometimes for free. They throw me a gram
That's,
here.
that's
Or
nice.
yeah.
I'm trying to
Or
find someone. If you're in Mass on the 27th, let's go to Brooklyn. Hold on, I gotta look again. 27th, Barclays Center. Barclays Center. It's a Wednesday. I want to go see Nas. But it's like a different thing. Like seeing Nas in New York is gonna be lit. He's gonna be, because that's his city. Like
yeah.
it's literally called the New York State of Mind tour. That I bet you that show is gonna be the best show. And I could go there. Jimmy's already on the tour with him because he's Cap's manager. So I could hit him up and be like, yo, I'm coming to Brooklyn to see you guys, and he could probably let us in.
Or you probably have a better chance of meeting someone in Brooklyn than having them come to Massachusetts and pick you up.
No, I'm driving. I would be driving, but I don't want to drive alone. That's the thing. I hate driving alone.
So if you want to go to Brooklyn, fly to Boston and drive down with Smash.
No, if they're in Mass, we meet up and we drive out there.
So does that mean if you're in Brooklyn, fly to Mass, you can drive to Brooklyn?
Train to
Wreck.
Brooklyn, New York.
The Brooklyn Zoo.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can take you in. That's a lot of money.
Oh, that's a different butterfly.
There's a train.
Yeah, the Amtrak, right?
Yeah.
The Amtrak probably goes through there.
I'm gonna look right now. Boston to
It's a beautiful butterfly.
Right on.
New York, New York. I don't know New York that well. Is there an Amtrak station in Brooklyn?
Central Station, buddy.
Take the subway.
Penn Station. Okay. New York, New York.
Is that what they call it now? Penn Station?
Mohannan Train Hall. Moyanhan, something like that.
Shimmy, 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 y'all, shimmy, shimmy, y'all. You are Ryan.
Fucking ants. God damn it.
No train.
Hitchhike.
It rains for a couple hours and ants just pour into the house.
Oh shit.
I don't like ants.
I don't like my oven keeps on shocking me.
That's right, Miranda. Routine killer bees. Gonna swarm.
Ah, fuck. Whew.
Welcome to Brooklyn.
Oh my god, dude. Why would you pay that much for a train? $162. It only take 3 hours. That's a lot of fucking money.
No, look
Yeah,
up
it is.
flying.
It might be a round trip. Hold on.
And look up also like
First class.
Business
You
class.
get food with it.
What? Okay, hold on. I'm so confused. Worst system ever.
and compare it to flying, 'cause it might still be cheaper to fly. Take a train. You can be there faster.
You can take a train from Bangkok to Chiang Mai. I heard that was a pretty nice trip.
Right on.
And then a 4-hour bus ride to Chiang Mai. A ride from Mai.
Sweet.
People have told me they've done that trip in 3 hours. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. Exactly, Ryan Kowalski.
No. Flying is not cheaper.
Oh.
Unless it's a deal.
I worked it out the other day for someone because they asked me why I live here in the north. And I told them what my apartment was in Bangkok. And it was a minimum of 45 minutes to the airport, no matter which one I went to. And I can actually go to Bangkok every weekend, fly there every weekend, and still with my house here, not equal the rent that I would pay in Bangkok.
Here you go.
Uh-huh. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I can spend every weekend in Bangkok for basically the same amount of money as I live here.
Mm-hmm.
But when I fly into Bangkok, all I have to do is walk to the next gate or walk to international terminal and I don't need to take another taxi to get to where I need to go.
Nice.
I'm gonna look up the address of this venue and see how long the drive is.
Yeah.
Probably 7 hours.
No, New York? No.
By the time you throw in the traffic and everything,
Oh, I
because I
leave
know
early.
you're gonna be rolling in at like 5:30, and it's just gonna be bumper to bumper.
No. I'm the type to like leave at midnight the day before. I like driving at night, going on the road. Get you there quicker.
It's all cool. You gonna sleep in your car in New York?
I bet you I could buy a sleeping pod, but not. I'll be out there. The show will be a couple hours. I go hang out, sleep in the day before. Take some chocolates. Special chocolates. Shout out Marshall. I had one of his chocolates the other day. Really good. Last night I was kind of goofy. Just threw
Yeah, I
my-
want to. I'm sorry about the smash.
Fuck, something's still on fire down here.
I can't wait to try the mushroom gummies I have, but I'm not in the right frame of mind for that right now.
Yeah, I only did like a gram.
What are those mushrooms? Oh shit. I gave my buddy some mushrooms that the ones that Green Goddess gave me. He was flying off them. And they're really good. Can't think of the name of them right now. Starts with an F.
I handed out some test strips to people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's that humidor guy?
Oh, dude, I heard he's like really good at cooking.
Insane with a membrane. That's who he is. So, guys.
Ah.
Cheers, D. Cheers, Smash. Cheers, Captain. What's going on, boys?
Hey,
A
if you
fair flavor. Eater returns.
Okay.
Running Ryan.
3 hours and 28 minutes. 200 miles. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's if you can go to speed limit the whole way there.
No, this does the
Okay.
traffic. They do the traffic now. It will tell you how, like, when I'm driving, it gives me my time for traffic now, too. It's kind of funny. It knows when it's all backed up. You'll see it coming up. It's like yellow, then red. Oh, it's weird. I'm like, fuck. But if I leave, it's a Wednesday. If I leave right after morning rush, or right after
about
morning rush.
10:30. Leave at 10:30.
Yeah, I would want to get there for like 2-3 o'clock just to be able to float through, because everyone's at work. That's not bad. Maybe I will do that if I can find someone to come out. I'll text Jimmy right now and tell him I want to
Right on.
go.
We got New York Smash is coming. It'll never be the same. Hmm.
Oh my.
What's the good words, boys and girls?
I was
Tell me
texting.
it's
Sorry.
all silence. I'm gonna roll myself up a joint here.
I'm stoned as hell right now.
Oh yeah, nice. What are you stoned on?
I just smoked some Shine Apple. I think Shine Apple. And I took a slushy dab.
Isn't it blue slushy?
Yeah, but it's written slushy on this.
I'm
not gonna show it.
No, I know. I hate that.
So
You can just imagine it's there, folks. Everyone watching. How much is
I
that?
hate when you get a clone marked NL and you're like 1, 2, or 5.
Yeah.
Well, that one's marked NL7. Like, wait, what? Tell me more.
I would just look at the archive menu at the clones. Pretty packed right now.
Oh, is it? Just the other day they hardly had anything. It was kind of funny. I checked. I was like, what the fuck? They had like 4 things. Lot how many pages? The most I've ever seen was 3 pages. That was like an epic time where they had like every fucking thing. Normally they have like 1.5 pages. What do they have?
Looks like a decent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the whole menu. That's actually cool that they put that on their website. They didn't have that on there before. So that's not their live menu. That's just their whole menu. Like you could get that at any point in the year, but you're going to have to wait. For example, I don't remember the last time I saw Tropicana Punch. They had the soap a while ago. They've had the T1000 they haven't had all year. So like a lot of these, I think, are just in their library, but they basically rotated it through because they can't keep everything pretty much.
I want Obama.
Amazing if they could, but I mean, it's just not realistic.
I would like.
I had that Obama a while ago. Florida and I were talking about it. I ended up just kind of passing on it because I was like, man, as much as I liked Obama, I used to like fucking going on 10 years ago now. So, well, no, not 10 years. Still going on like 100,000 years ago. She was like, what's that?
That Mendocino Perps, bro. That and the Bubba Kush. It's bound. It's gonna be a banger.
Oh, we got.
I'm sure. But there's plenty of other good stuff too. So.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. There's never, you realize at some point there's only enough, there's too little time and too much weed. So you have to like select carefully what you want. You basically pick only the stuff that's in your wheelhouse, you know.
I don't even think I have enough time to pop all the seeds that I have.
Oh, I guarantee I don't. Yeah, I already have tons and tons of seeds and I have no intention of not making any more. So even just for myself, I've said this before, it's kind of an interesting position to be in. I was thinking about this. I was like, you know what I was thinking, actually? I was thinking about, I don't really follow the news too much, but a bunch of friends, especially like female friends, they love Taylor Swift. Oh my fucking God, they love Taylor Swift. So every single day it's fucking Taylor Swift in the news, which is better than Elon Musk because that guy's a fucking rancid asshole and a half.
Now she's dating
Anyway,
Travis Kelce.
like basically a walking, talking hemorrhoid pretty much. But anyway, so Taylor Swift, one of the very few earned billionaires in the world. Can you believe that shit? Anyway, she's apparently dating some fucking football player or something. And they're like, doing the gossip and with their blah, blah, blah. And I was just thinking to myself, how interesting.
Travis
he was
Kelce.
around in his classic, I don't remember what fucking car it was, a Pontiac.
So she went to the
Maybe
game.
a goat. I don't remember what it was. It doesn't really matter what kind of car it was. Let me just finish So anyway, she's driving around in this guy's like classic car. It's a nice car, but it's not like a fucking $5 million supercar. It's just, some guy's classic car. And, he's a football player, so he has plenty of money, but he doesn't have like, fuck you, billionaire money, most likely. So I was just kind of thinking about how interesting is that this woman basically could buy and sell everything around her as her eyes see. She could literally, like, if you ever seen videos of Michael Jackson shopping, it was kind of sad. He would go in the store and he'd be like, I want one of those, and one of those, and one of those. And he forgets about it by the time he gets home, right? Anyway, so I was just thinking to myself how interesting it is that she's so rich now that everywhere, if she's driving in a limousine, she could just say, buy me all of those things. And it really wouldn't mean much to her. I guess if it's a fucking stadium or something, it's going to be too much. But she could buy every house she sees for, miles and miles and miles.
Paid for her house.
So let me finish my thought. Basically, what it basically came to is, at least in my mind, was that for her, she gets to live her best life. And I think a lot of really rich people, they don't live that way. But I bet you anything, at least looking at the pictures of her just kind of enjoying herself, I'm making assumptions, obviously, but I'm thinking like, hey, at that point, money no longer means anything to her. And so it's not like she doesn't use it. It's not like she can't invest with it or anything like that. None of that comes to play. It's just that her entire perspective of money is probably so different than all the rest of us. Most of us, money is a constant and ever-present driver, danger, wolf, all this kind of stuff, right? It's like it's on our minds all the time. But for her, it's like the last thing she thinks about, and all she cares about is just experiences. And where I'm going to, it's a long story, but I'm going to with that is that the rest of us probably will never be billionaires, but we definitely can be billionaires with seeds. And what we can do basically is have more seeds than we could ever possibly want to grow. And that's a wonderful and freeing position where you basically just live your best life with weed. You don't have to give a single shit. Like right now, I don't give a fuck if I don't name the breeder. I don't care. I have enough stuff that I need to work on of my own. I have enough of my own ideas where I want to targetedly, it's not really a word, but anyway, in a targeted manner, introduce more genetics into my program, blah, 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 blah. And so for me, it's like very intriguing that other breeders do stuff, but it's like not really on my radar. It's like, it's just not, I don't really care. I'm living my life with the fucking seeds, and I have more than enough seeds to deal with. And so for me, it's like, I don't care, dangle any seed in front of me. It doesn't really matter anymore. I don't know. I don't know if that made sense to anybody, but thus endeth the thought. Back to you, Smash. I interrupted you a couple times, but long story short, I think it's interesting to be in that kind of position where most of us will never have that with money. But at least with cannabis, we can get there with, growing your own. You can kind of get there by having enough flower. You end up feeling like a rich person because you don't have to go to the dispensary and buy shitty weed. You can give it to your friends, blah, blah, blah. But then also with seeds, crack a couple of seeds or crack a couple of good plants together, and you'll have more seeds than you could fucking crack in a lifetime. It's nutty. I was talking to somebody today about how if you want to, like most people don't grow seeds, seed plants this big, but if you wanted to, you could grow a seed plant, 10,000 seeds. You could easily get 10,000 seeds off a plant if you really wanted to. That's fucking crazy. You could be growing those for the rest of your fucking life. Anyway, back to you guys.
Taylor Swift's a G.
Wait, were you talking that Taylor Swift bought this house? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I don't even know if she bought something. I guess I wasn't telling the story very well. I saw, like, I don't follow gossip too much, but like scrolling through on Reddit, she was hanging out with her boyfriend or something. I don't know. And he's rich, but not like fuck you rich, basically. So he's got like, I don't know, Pontiac, something or other, 1960s something. Nice car, right? Like all of us would be very happy to have that car. I'm not shitting on his car or something, but it was not like a Lamborghini one of one, blah, 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 like you maybe mentally would expect from a quote unquote billionaire. But I realized like she's just hanging out. She's just living her life. She's having her.
Wait, I think she's involved with a football player right now.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't really care who it was, but
yeah. Well, I read during her tour that she averaged $8.2 million a gig is what she got paid. Some of them was over 10 million, depending on the venue and the size. And she did a lot of nights. They were pumping that thing for months. Yeah, that's a lot of money she was making.
No, they said she's a billionaire now.
This dad bought last minute tickets for like 20 grand for like 4 tickets.
Wow.
Um,
No thanks.
I will
Well,
say,
it is a
I will
thing,
say,
like,
he puts
like,
on a good show. If you
once
watch,
you get, I don't know what number it is. It's like obviously a billion, but a few 100 million. Yeah, you got like, it never matters again. It never 20 grand. You realize that's nothing in the scheme of the math of that number, right? So yeah, that's why there are things where that cost so much, is because of those people that have so much.
Fuck you, money.
I guess that's what it is. But like I was over at my friend Fabio, who's like he's kind of famous in his own way for training racehorses. Back in the day, he had some big winners, and he was married to this lady. Today, he said he has kids with her, his 2 daughters, who are set because back when they set up a trust when they were kids, like 20 years ago. But this lady, she's totally insane now. He divorced her years ago, but he was telling me today that she's dead ass broke, right? And at one point she had over $60 million, and now she's dead ass broke. But she was the type of person that bought a $2 million horse and then sold it a couple years later for 200,000. Yeah, well, you make a couple mistakes like that, and your 60 mil can vanish in a heartbeat. And yeah, we were talking about it. I was like, I can't believe yeah, her daughters now like kind of take care of her because she has nothing left. She blew it all and lived the most miserable life. Like, she was crazy. And I also know a few other people that have some wealth. Oh, they're fucking nuts, dude. But that don't mean you're happy. Trust me. I've seen that with my own eyes. You think, oh, fuck, you'd be set. You should be happy. Life should be good. No, that's not the way it goes. Especially trust fund
You can be
babies.
set by growing your own freaking weed. That's how you can be set.
Yeah, like happy with what you got. I mean, that's all that matters. But my experience, well, there are some wealthy people. Yeah, they adjusted to it. They're not all fucked up. There's also a percentage that are fucked, that the money didn't solve their problems. That's for sure.
Travis Kelce, the dude she went, supposedly she's went on a date with, he's actually a really fucking good tight end. They're comparing him to Gronkowski, which people say Gronkowski's one of the best tight ends to ever play football. He's making good money.
Well, wait. I mean, I don't know a lot about her other than, doesn't she seem to go through a lot of men? Like, she's
don't tell her fans that.
Well, I mean, like, half of her songs are written about her breakups, right? Like, so just like John Mayer had his role, like went through a bunch of women, Taylor Swift's like the female version of that. Of course, she's with this tight end for right now, but that's just, to me, that's just a boy toy. I don't see, she's just a player. Like, she's yeah.
I don't even think that's it. I think she's just so big and mega rich that it's different. She's in a different ballpark, like Fumi was saying, as everyone else. She really is.
A lot of times those people are only you can't have somebody that's way off, like a billionaire with a millionaire. So like billionaires flock to billionaires, right? I mean, that seems to be, especially if their parents have anything to do with the choice, right? You marry up, right? You don't marry down, right? Because then 2 people's wealth, wow, shit, now you're really rocking.
I'm walking.
I guess there's a few stories, but I don't think there's very many stories where some mega rich person just falls in love with like a regular person with regular income. It's like, regardless if their chemistry was perfect, yeah, that money issue is an issue.
Challenging, yeah. Huge power and class dynamic or a mismatch, you know. If she wants to go on vacation, she can just jump in her private plane. And even though that guy's rich, he still has to probably fly first class or something.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess it works. I mean, I don't know. There's plenty of people that you never hear about that are in the same class, like celebrities and people that what most people that are super wealthy, they hire a PR person to keep their profile as low as they can be. That's more common than the ones that want everyone to know what they're up to and all that shit.
I'm ghetto fabulous.
Hey, Cap, are you there? Captain.
Yep.
Yeah, I was listening to the Bobby show tonight. He was in Columbus, Ohio. He shredded. It was a good one. You're a Ohio boy. Yeah.
I tell you what, those rat dog shows from the Akron Canton area back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Those were, they were Rob Washerman shows. So they were like really good.
Yeah, Rat Dog, that was like, well, they had a long peak. They were good for a while, especially with Wasserman and the Wolf Brothers. Yeah, they've come into their own. I mean, it's an acquired taste to the arrangement and the way they play it.
The way they play.
I mean, it's basically a 3-piece thing with extras, which makes it like a 10-piece. But it all started with just a bass player, Bob, and a drummer. That was the Wolf Brothers. And then they realized if you're going to do touring and big shows, you have to have more
people.
Well, you need more sound, yeah. First, they added pedal steel, which that added a lot of sound.
Who's playing the pedal?
Barry Sless from David Nelson Band.
Okay.
It's a great gig for him.
Yeah.
But there was I forget his name. The original guy, Greg, he's basically a studio. He is, but he only stayed in the band like a year. And I don't know why he didn't want to keep the gig. But he's a studio guy that pretty much every hit that you hear pedal steel on, it's been him for like the last 20 years. He's like the top of the top when it comes to pedal steel players. I forgot his name, but he only was in the band a year, and then they hired Barry. And Barry's pretty good, but he's not a master like, I think his name, I forgot his name. I could probably look it up and figure it out. But yeah, he was really good. He was really tasty. Like, he knew when to play. That's the thing with the pedal steel.
Was when to hit it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, even with this arrangement, he has the Wolf Pack, why it's 10 guys in the band, is a horn section. And when I talk to my other buddy Robbie, who goes to all their shows, thinks they're the shit. I'm always like, yeah, ever since they added the horns, those guys don't know when not to play. Like most musicians, that's the skill that make, like, when you finally get to that point, and then you start to become a master when you like actually know when not to play. Like, even the best, you go back and listen to or watch Miles Davis shows. Oh yeah, Miles was like that too, and so was everyone in his band. Like, they knew when not to play, and that's like that's when someone's really getting it, when they know when not to play. That's just my opinion.
That also means someone else in the band is jamming hard too.
Well, when the band is jamming, and then you're like, yeah, room. You got to leave room in the sound. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
When it's all the bandwidths are filled, it's not always the best. Or overfilled. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, Fumi. I'm sorry. I figured out what happened when you made me the host. I guess that was on Saturday night.
Ha 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 ha.
My battery, my battery died, and then I came back on, but I wasn't host anymore. And so when we ended the show, it was me, Green Fingers, Cap.
Yeah.
I think that was when we ended it. No one was host. Like none of us was the host, so it just kept running. I woke up in the morning and you were on for a few minutes, setting it down. I was like, oh, I fucked up. I made the host, but I fucked up.
I woke up and was like,
Well-
oh, what? We're still running? If I had a way to get on, I would have got back on.
Yeah, I don't
At
think you
least-
would have been the host anymore. I think if the host gets kicked off,
That was
when you
funny.
come back on, you're not the host. At least I don't know exactly what happened, but that's what I think happened.
Right.
At
Yeah, that
least
was
you had 11-hour show.
Yeah, 11 hours,
Yeah.
59 minutes.
Yeah.
57 seconds or something.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Another record show.
Yeah.
Well, if
That's,
somebody
first-
watches it, it's like, I don't know what time it ended, but like 3 or 4 or 5, 4 hours at least, it was just running. No
Yeah.
one was on there anymore. It just was the logo.
Yeah, that was
So we do have to do
Even
one
when
from
I got
Shane.
up and then saw that it was still on, I was like shocked. And then when I clicked on, I was double shocked that Fumi was talking. I was
Right.
like, oh fuck.
I left my computer running and I just figured it would be dead in the morning. I figured it'd be off basically, but I came in and the freaking computer was still on. I was like, oh, the shit.
And there was like people still there. There was people there because like,
There were
yeah.
people watching, yeah. There were like 5 or 6 people
Well,
hanging.
they were probably chatting away all night. Like they
Right.
didn't need anyone to talk. Sometimes when I read the chat, I realize the chat has a whole conversation about whatever topic going on that has not, the panel has never mentioned that or isn't talking about that. And the chat's just has its own world going on. Sometimes they're in line, but the other times the chat, sometimes I think, yeah, we must be really boring because the chat's like just talking about other shit.
Something. Speaking of which, hop on, folks. You guys are more than welcome to hop on. Cheers, Agnes. Good to see you. Johnny Girl Lately's in the house. Welcome, bud. Come join us, folks. Show off your garden. It's been spicy as fuck the last couple, 3 days. It's been raining like cats and dogs. Oh, it's been really, really brutal because last year was so dry. I was kind of expecting it to sprinkle at best, but no, we got pounded with some serious fucking rain. Most of it was just drizzle, but man, every once in a while it just fucking pounded. So anyway, been having to find all kinds of ways to take care of the plants. Hopefully they will be okay. We'll see.
I've seen pictures of people. Putting great big like golf umbrellas over their grows, over their outdoor plants and shit.
Whatever it takes, yeah.
Which is smart.
Right.
Even like, yeah, a simple umbrella,
Mm-hmm.
which is plastic and shit. Cheers, Agnes.
Yeah, this is my first year growing it outdoors. So it's like all the lessons at once, basically. We'll see. Hopefully we'll be right.
Okay.
What else is new, gentlemen? Let's see, did I save any Reddit stories?
Well, back to what you were talking about. I also saw posts. Yeah, Humboldt, Northern Cal, a lot of the field, full sun guys. Yes, like one post from somebody that is one of the players in it was like kind of just saying, yeah, everyone, I'm sure you're all picking early, right? To because my experience, yeah, plants don't just die because of rain, but when they're late in season, rain's not a friend. And I saw other people talk or post that, oh, the rains are fine. We're still, weeks away from harvest, but yeah, that those kind of rain, that part of the season, some of it will survive. There'll just be a higher percentage of like loss. That's this rain on big buds, almost finished, is not good.
No. And neither
when
is
you're not
having
prepared
nights.
like me, I had to basically. Oh, go ahead,
Like here, and the nights, your humidity's like 50% during the daytime, but at nighttime your humidity goes up to like 95, 98%, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, that's probably bad. It should, like, if it went the other way, it would be maybe a little better. I mean, 90%, 75% and up is probably pretty bad. Unless you have like genetics that are cut out for it.
Yeah. That's why I think up here in Chiang Rai, anything from like Afghanistan, Pakistan, anything that has like a high desert type climate would do really good up here. But you just have to watch what time of year it is, because you can get away with 2 crops of really dense indica broadleaf plants, but that harvest in the center, it almost has to be like a 90-day plant to get it from like the beginning of the bad time to the end of the bad time. So the last couple weeks of flowering is actually really pretty good weather.
Yeah. Well, it seems like more and more outdoor weed is grown either under mixed light, greenhouse, hoop house, open field, full sun grown. Yeah, I mean, it's still done, but
I was talking with a guy the other day, because when I went into the shop around the corner, I mean, there was probably about a 10 gram bud sitting on the tray. And I asked him, I said, what's the problem with this? I said, all the flower is brown or golden color. And he says, well, it's grown in the field without any shade cloth or anything like that. Because I first asked him how it was dried and cured, and he actually told me 60-60. And then I later found out whose bud it was. And yeah, the guy does know how to dry and cure his weed. It's just, it was a plant that was outside that I think they didn't water right at the end, and it just browned out on them.
Well, you know, even though now it's been pilferated around, God, it had to have been like 12, 13 years ago, because that's when this other guy, JT, was in my life. And somehow he had a connection that had killer green weed, but like, oh, it was Acapulco Gold. I remember that weed when I was a teenager, and this weed was that. It tasted just like it, but it was perfect green bud, like as we know it today. Where back when Acapulco Gold was really around, it was like this gold, lighter gold color. It was, you know, that was the weed in the 70s. I think some of that was just like being grown outside, probably being dried outside. They didn't, but it still was killer weed, because and even the crosses I've done recently that are Acapulco Gold, and yeah, you can kind of taste it. Not like this one I had like 13 years ago. I ran it for a while, but I don't know. No one was like it was weird back then. That didn't impress anybody that you had something from back when. Today, people are more looking for the whatever legacy strains, you know, or the legacy names. I think like 12 years ago, yeah. And it wasn't, I had better shit, you know, like, yeah. So I grew it for a while and let it go.
So yeah, I just sprayed again. I'm gonna up pot tomorrow, de-leaf everything. I just found a thrift. So I've been spraying. I got to pull the plants out and spray underneath the leaves.
Well, I noticed that, and a lot of people don't defoliate that much. I'm like we don't do that whole strip thing, but like, oh no, we defoliate is part of the routine. And if I was fighting any kind of bug, that's one of the best. Yeah, even if you might like your grow style isn't that way, you go back to not taking off leaf. But while you're fighting bugs, that's the best way to be able to spray and not miss any little spot, or like that's how bugs
trim them down,
keep them like cleaned up and spray them, and cleaned up and spray them. And because hey, well, we defoliate pretty good like the first week of flowering, and then again like 10 days later. Well, especially that first week of flowering, and you look at the room and be like, holy shit, we stripped all that shit out of there. And then like 5-7 days later, it's fucking all back.
Yep.
What's a good spray that like use upside down to get the bottom of the leaves?
Agent Orange.
Well, those 1 gallon sprayers. I mean, part of it is there's cheap ones. They work fine, but you know, you pay a couple dollars more and you get a decent one, because the way that wand is, it's curved up a little bit. And those are pretty good to get from underneath. That's what I've always used.
I got one like that. It's a pump spray.
Yeah, but I want a mist. I don't want like a stream.
Yeah.
You tighten the nozzle and
Are you talking about for
Yeah, so like I use the bottle normally.
One of the red metal Chapin 1 gallon or 2 gallon sprayers. They're bomb proof. They come with a rubber hose, so if the hose thing breaks, it's not some proprietary bullshit. It's just a fucking rubber hose. What else? You can buy all new parts for it. You can buy new nozzles. You can buy new parts. Like
and advice, if you want to have the nozzle still put out a mist, you got to keep them pretty clean. Like usually take them off and clean them with hot water, because most of the things you're using, especially if it's organic, are oil based. And so, keeping them clean makes them spray like, when they're new, you tighten the nozzle to the right spot. Oh, it's a pretty fine mist
Okay.
because it's got pressure. So it makes, yeah.
That good.
And like I'm a little the opposite. I open it up a little because I wanted to I'd blast the fuck out of them. Even we have a powered one, and when we use that, it's about full coverage. So what? There's a little drip off of it or whatever. Right. Safer than sorry when you're trying to spray.
Yep.
A lot of the plants, they fucking like this. They like it. Like most of the time, the next day you're like, holy shit, they like that. Whatever that fucking spray was.
That hot sauce.
Chapin 31420 or 31410.
That one will last you your lifetime. Were those plastic ones? Yeah, they fucking are good for a couple years and then they suck. And the $10 ones that you can get all over, those really suck. But they work in a pinch. But if you want one for life, what Fumi just showed you, that's the model. Because even if your hose got 10 years later got degraded or whatever, they sell the exact parts. You can order them. They're not that expensive. I mean, you get what you pay for. That one is made to be your tool for the at least 10, 15, 20 years, maybe even longer. Some people probably have them. They've been making that same model for a long time.
They're big in the race.
I think that model came out before it was popular to even have plastics, like meaning it's that old, like it goes way back.
They've been using them in the race seat for a long time for traction prep, like burnouts, do the tracks.
Yeah. Well, that's one that's going to last.
The funny thing is, I watched some of them use it, and they light the track. Like, I don't know if I can show it. Hold on, let me find a video or a picture.
Uh-oh.
We got a lot of dragonflies still. I want to get up and take the camera over and show you this red one over here. That's really cool looking, but I know dragonflies, as soon as I get near them, they take off.
Right. You know that they're the most effective hunters in the world? Something like 95% of their takeoffs result in a kill. So when they leave their nest, so not even just when they fly, I guess, but when they leave their nest to go for a hunt, 95% of the time they come back having eaten. It's fucking ridiculous. Even lions like 20% of the time.
Yeah, this one's just sitting in the tall grass up by the top. He's waiting for something to come by.
No, there's a lot of
E10 warthog
creatures in nature that have evolved that, like, actually we think we're so evolved, except that some species have like super evolved, like even what you're saying about a dragonfly, a whole bunch of like, yeah. And
Especially on fire, they don't last.
plastic one.
Wow.
like it's either in this world, it's either evolve or you die. Like even some of the species that are dying off. Yeah, well, maybe not all of them. Some of them are created by man's interference in nature, but there's also a certain amount of things that that's the rules of evolution, right?
Hold on, Ryan.
Cheers.
Hey, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
How's that for a batch of seeds brought to you?
Oh shit! I was gonna say that it looked like a bunch of seeds.
There's a few thousand there.
Are you just germinating hemp seeds and going to make seed sprout tea out of it?
No, these are marijuana seeds. I'm just careless.
I see.
No, there are a bunch of plants that I eradicated from a buddy's property. That it was a bunch of. Turns out it was like a bunch of swag, basically. That a guy that was working for him, fucking would clean his bags out and empty his beaners all over the fucking back property.
Hey, one of those may be a unicorn.
I mean, you're not wrong. The funny thing about weed is basically you can breed, but honestly, if you were to select from enough plants, you'd probably get farther from that selection than you would from almost any breeding. You know, I'm talking about like from 1 million plants or something, you'll find some crazy shit that would take you years to get to. It's a funny thing.
When I did that 25,000 plants, there was like 2 or 3 of them that were just, I mean, leagues above and beyond the other ones. I can never get these things to look right, and the fucking light just doesn't do it justice.
So there's the shop that's around the corner from me. It's a coffee shop, cannabis cafe, and kind of hangout. They're actually open 24 hours a day, but they have like a big, it would almost be like my living room, my dining room, and like my bedroom, all one big open area. And I know the owner and his partners, and I think I've got them talked into like Saturday or Sunday afternoon, early afternoon, having like a growers and shop owners like get together or meeting at their shop. And maybe eventually we could do something with that, because we are going to have an interpreter there.
I love
But
talking
that's
to interpreter. It's so
that's
fun.
that's what I'm trying to start around the corner at the shop, because they have a nice big open section where, you know, like 30, 40 people can sit down.
It just doesn't do it justice at night. Fucking Cheryl's coming along, though. Fucking whichever one. And look at that.
I was going to ask you, Ryan. I can't remember what it said exactly, but it was regarding the legalization in whatever the going on in Minnesota. Have you been keeping up with all the changes? Is it overall changing things big?
It seems like we're gonna have some of the best prices in the state. Well, I don't know. So they still don't have the there's gonna be an office of cannabis or whatever. Fucking budworm. Bastard. I gotta check these fucking twice a day
Is
for
it
bud
like
now.
most states where it's very expensive to try to get in, and all these big operations are controlling the licenses?
They're offering micro licenses for $500.
There you go.
The $500 application fee, and then but I think it's $2,000. I think it's maybe $1,500 for a renewal fee every year. But no, $500, and you get a storefront. You can sell it in your storefront or whatever, and you can have, I forget what the square footage is for indoor, but you can have a half acre outdoors for $500.
Well,
kind of like Michigan. Michigan has the micro and super micro license, but theirs is 12,500 by the time you add all the taxes and all the county and city fees.
$500. I mean, granted, you got to have your you know, everything's got to be fucking up to code and everything, you know.
That's like
And
Maine.
that's where
right now.
that's where they get you.
Maine right now is like 2,500 for a license.
I mean, like a delivery license, you can get a license just to be a delivery guy, $250. No fuck, and then and I think that it might be like for like you don't have to even renew it. I can't remember that one for sure. Like
No,
up
you
there,
have
on
to.
my phone.
You'll have to renew every one. They want their money every year.
And but still $250. And then there was like where they get you is they wanted you to spend an arm and a leg to be a medical producer. Like
Hmm.
that's like, and then it's like $20,000 for a fucking for a you know, cultivation license.
So this is Maine.
But no, like I say, the micro and the one above it is a mezzo or something like that. Seem to be pretty reasonable.
Yeah, the micro, you know, that allows you to grow on your property, to process everything on your property, and then sell it on your property.
Yeah,
So
for $500.
So
The
there's
fucking
super
half an acre.
micro in Michigan, you cannot process on your property, so you
There-
can't make rosin or bubble hash on your
I
property.
think that
really.
might be the same here because there is a processor's license too.
Yeah.
But you can
So-
still package it, I believe. And then there's like
hold on.
a vent.
Let me explain what people are looking at real quick so I can shut it down. This is the Maine's licensing fee. Annual fee for a tier 1 cultivator facility, plant-based, plant count-based, $9 per mature plant. Application fee is $100. Then you honestly, you would want to go into like a tier 2 cultivation facility, $1,500 outdoor, 3,000 indoor license, application fee $500. So it's really reasonable. There are states like even tier 4 right here is 15 grand, 30 grand. That's getting into like cookies material, you know. But they have opportunities for small base growers, which I think is cool. And I think more states need to do stuff like that. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Well, I
Well,
assume
Michigan,
call
if
the-
you have a felony, you get 40% or 45% off your Class C commercial license. And you can add other discounts to it. It had dropped that down to about 20 or 25%. But the way it worked out for me is I could have reached a 55% discount on a Class C license in Michigan because of having a felony, having a possession charge, you know, whole bunch of things related to cannabis.
Shit's sticky as fuck for being.
I actually gotta go pull down.
That's what her mama said.
So October looks like it's gonna be hella nice over here. It says like right now it's forecasting 3 rainy days in October. So I got plants that have seeds in them out there, and I gotta harvest them. So I was like, fuck it, because it's cold tonight. It's 40. Hold on, 44.
Just
Seventy
put a
degrees here
tarp
right now.
on the ground and just shake them really hard, smash.
They have a tarp, so if anything falls, I won't get any volunteers. I can find them.
Get one of those orange tree shakers.
I'm just gonna harvest them, put them in the shed.
The
let 'em
almond
dry out.
shakers.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
But I think apple fritter will do really good by letting.
I think that shine apple.
Yeah, but those are terms. I'm making these seeds. At least I know what is what.
Hey, Smash, do you know of the seed guy called Boston Roots?
Yeah, he does Banger.
All right. You don't know about the drama that's going on with them?
No, I don't really care. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
They're caught up in drama.
Yeah, he did like a Sure-banger or something.
Well, I've been trying to understand the memes and the stuff that being posted. I mean, it starts in California, kind of goes to Colorado, and then, but I guess what the word is that they've been renaming strains, like, oh, whatever, they use whatever, and then call it something else out there.
How about a big seed company losing 80% of their genetics because they tested for hemp-laden virus? Oops, 80% of your genetics.
Well, that must have meant they were pretty sloppy for a while, and they got all over everything. I mean,
Yeah.
Poppy's been a little slop.
because like the one thing I noticed about like some of the commercial grows and that I follow, like I'm always amazed when I watch their videos or the house. They got a lot of labor, and you know when people are on hourly 8 hours a day, you got to keep them busy. Yeah, they're sano, like they keep them so clean.
Yeah. Well, we discussed on how to do it here in Thailand. And to teach the people, basically what you do is you sit them, you go through with them for the first part of every day, and you give them their first routine to go through, and you give them a couple rows in the greenhouse to take care of. And those are their plants to take care of until they learn that they can take care of more, and then they can get more responsibility. And at that time, we'll also give them a raise too. So there's an incentive for them to do better. But yeah, you have to pretty much, you know, give them like their own section to take care of. And for 8 hours a day, all you do are look at these 3 rows of plants. If you see anything that doesn't look like the other plants or something going wrong, you know, come tell us. Or if it looks different, come tell us. But yeah, it's a long process, but getting people
like
to
a lot
do
of
the
these
same thing
facilities,
day after day after day of going through and checking the plants and taking off leaves. And
a lot of these facilities, when you looked at them and you know the build out, I mean, yeah, they spend a lot of money, right? But then if you're going to manage like a garden indoors year after year after year, yeah, like the design and how like all that, you know, as a person that basically grew in bedrooms, we had ways we protected the house, you know, but yeah, we didn't have the ability to do like rolling trays, rooms that are have drains in the floor, whatever height you need. Yeah, and I guess when you see some of these builds and you hear that they spent X of millions of dollars, well, that's what it takes to have something that's going to like, but it's a shame because there's also a lot of those that either got the wrong people, consulting, whatever, or money ran out that built it out and yeah, had to abandon ship.
yeah. And that's why you can go back and buy those businesses for pennies on the dollar and start your own.
Well, I mean, a lot of the rules like are the same rules or that apply to anything, and most of them are to protect employees from being injured, right? Or anything like that, right? I mean, that's some of the reason the doors have to be a certain way, and you know, all the things that sound ridiculous, but most of those are in place basically to protect employees, right? Or protect people.
Yeah, I don't think companies really, they really don't care about their employees anymore.
Well, unless they're forced to, right? By
Yeah.
the regulations or the rules of it. And in today's world, yeah, I'm sure, just like any other job, what do you call it? There's people that work for whatever and then sue, they slipped on the floor. I mean, some of this is real, but even that, like, yeah, people like to sue.
My friend had a heart attack and passed away recently at work. And she had been contacted by a law firm right before COVID about coming in and testifying because she had a mild heart attack before. But it seems like a lot of these industrial, like kettle cooks that cook like 5,000 pounds of food at a time, and putting all the spices and everything into the kettles over the years have had a higher rate of heart attacks. And this is something I'm going to look into because my friend just had one. And it was a massive one on Friday, the 15th, and passed away. This is someone I've been friends with for 39 years. I won't be receiving any more packages. I just received a package. She sent it out the day before she died, and wrapped up in the blanket that was supposed to, Cleveland Browns blanket that was supposed to go to Mr. Toad. She actually puts a little bag of weed in it. So there, it wasn't much, but it was enough to roll, 5, 6 good joints of something fresh from back home.
Nice. Right on. Later smashed. I didn't see it sneak out.
Yeah, I thought that was really nice.
You got fungal hyphae? Everywhere.
So yeah, I got the seeds out yesterday, and I started going through, and I've got them separated now to the point where I've got the ones that I'm going to be working with, and I've got the ones that are going to be like my top tiers. And then I've got a whole bunch of them that are going to be like second tier. But over the past week and a half to 2 weeks, I've met a ton of local growers and some really, really good ones. And I've been able to kind of work out a deal where I could possibly give them strains and then buy at a even though it's already a discount price now. But, you know, hey, grow this for me, and if you do an all right job, I'll buy the entire crop. And that'd go feed a store. But it's going to be a medical dispensary, because all the recreational could go away and we'd just be left with medical here in Thailand. That's what the new PM wants to do. He wants to get away from recreational, go back to just medical, and start over again with all the laws and everything, so they could try to get it right.
See, if you mean my shit can pray at night too. Doesn't always go to sleep.
True, when they flower, they seem to pray the whole time, don't they?
Oh, they're pretty happy right now too. I just fucking gave a lot of them a little bit of schwazen,
Mm.
and they just got some apple JLF. And some of them are still not all the way up in the air yet, but
I was talking to a gentleman the other day that was talking about doing like fermentations and doing like a gravity extraction. Now, I was a bit hammered when I was talking to the guy, so I wasn't comprehending everything he said, but we're going to sit down and talk about that again.
well,
It
like
was quite interesting.
this right here is an apple ferment I've got going on, where I take like some leaf mold, and I mean there's like, it was like half full of apples that I chopped up and banged with a hammer. And I threw in a handful of leaf mold and like a handful of compost and water. Normally, like if you do like KNF, like their FPJs, you you mix it half and half with brown sugar. But that gets to be a lot of brown sugar. And I know I'm just a fan of just water ferments too. Like this one here is going to be my next pile of leaves that I get in here, and like this big old fucking honker of a branch that fucking broke off one of my plants like a week ago down there, just sitting here rotting for me. Gonna go in here, and there's a lot of seeds in here too. But it's like this is when I cleaned off that shit, kind of like fucking, you know, I've got some. This is like a screen from an old tent, and I fucking just kind of fucking, you know, worked it and got the most of the leafy material off of it. But I mean, this is still fucking quite a bit of seeds in there. But like when I had my my satellite dish in this spot here, that was my big liquid ferment for like when I had plants and shit in here all the time. And
Satellite dish.
little baby weed plants popping up all over the place over here. Or like at the base of a lot of my plants. I don't know if I covered this one up or not, but because like there's the sludge at the bottom of the fucking container, and I was making my ferment or whatever, and I would just take that sludge and fucking top dress it, and here I'm getting fucking got little baby plants at the bottom of all my, or like the majority of my plants, which kind of sucks because they'll go into flower right away, you know, as soon as they reach maturity. But I don't know, they're kind of cute to look at for now. These ones are fucking honkers already. Maybe I should take some of the best genetics. These things have already been through the fucking gauntlet, you know.
Yeah, like I said, you've got that many seeds out there. There's got to be a couple good ones.
There was a few plants that I know that were crossed with the hemp, with this hemp too. But it just, I didn't want to get shit too muddied. I mean, I got enough shit going on right now. I did take the best males and pollinated a couple branches on some of my feral plants, but well, no, I'm just I'm wondering, I don't know, it's probably over, or it's just kind of pointless to do the seed sprout tea. I just think that all the it's got the perfect fucking minerals and whatnot, or all the shit in there that the plant needs. And most of these are
To
fucking
start
mature
off
too.
new plants. You got room to do indoor plants?
Kind of. I got a fucking
Use that tea to sprout your seeds and feed your plants with it for the first couple weeks.
well, my plan is that I'm gonna monster crop my best little fucking, because I got like a bunch of these little guys too. They're just gonna be like this one. I'll make it a fucking eighth off that if I'm lucky. But it's a really fucking nice purple pheno on there, where that's not one of my winners or whatever. Like,
yeah, but
this
when
one
you're
here,
actually, when I look through a bunch of seeds like that, I'm not really looking, does it have a lot of, does it check all the boxes?
Yeah.
Does it check a special box? First, how does it stack? How are the inner nodes? Are they tight? Is it a tight sativa inner node, or is it a tight broadleaf inner node? And then I go to, well,
I mean, this thing, I
how
can
does
give
it
a guy.
smell?
This isn't
How
huge,
tall?
but this fucking hemp though, this shit keeps fucking surprising me, man. Some of these guys, like I was saying, this one here was a fucking just got donkers on it, and it fucking smells really good too. It's got like a, God, I don't even want to fucking try explain. But not only that, but it's fucking sticky. It's stickier than a lot of these fucking fucking top shelf fucking weed strains. Or here's one. I know it's not, the light's not gonna pick it up, but this one's turning out fucking purple leaves now. It's just one plant, but God, my fingers are just sticky from just touching that one bud. But some of them, like this one, doesn't. It's the structure isn't as good on it, but got some really smelly fucking weed or flower on it. I don't know. It's hard to fucking throw them away. I don't want to fucking.
Well, mix the two together and then you'll have sticky pop. You can call it SNS. Stinky and sticky.
Or this one here has got all sorts of fucking sweet colors in it. Or this one fucking, it's got colas that are like the, what do you call it? The calyxes are like, it looks like it's got a million seeds in it, but that's just fucking horny ass fucking female, because the fucking branch below it's pollinated, so it might just get that drive or it just fucking swells up. Yeah, there's no seeds in there.
There's a lot of plants that are just basically colaxes stacked on top of each other. A lot of your haze are that way. One of my favorite plants was kind of that way, was oh damn, I just had on the tip of my tongue. It was
Oh my
I'll
God.
remember it here in a minute.
These are NL5 haze crosses. All these ones here. And they're fucking, it's hard to see with the dark again, obviously, but, and they're not big plants by any means. You know, these are just fucking what I ended up.
Sage. I'm sorry, Ryan. Sage
Oh.
was the one that kind of just grew little coalaxes and stacked on the top of each other, but had nice crystal content, sticky, nice kind of head high with a body buzz.
I think these are woolly mushrooms or something like that. I think that they're edible, but they've got a really short shelf life. Like this shit just turns to goop. Like you see the black on my hand, like it's like fucking resin just dripped on it from a fucking leaky pipe. Like these are fucking, they'll pop up, and like this mushroom is maybe like 4 days old or something like that. And then in a couple days, they just fucking they just melt away and look like fucking your mom's pussy after I fucking went to town. Well, not really. I don't know. And here I've got,
So they just found an Anchor Watt, the most potent psychedelic mushroom in Siem Reap, Cambodia.
and here I've got just like banker plants here now. All of these were on top of that island, but they was just so fucking getting so tight up there that I transplanted them. And I have not watered these other than like when I first transplanted them, I watered them for like 2 days, but that was like a couple weeks ago. And now they're just finally starting to want to stack up for me. But these ones are just kind of like, I couldn't throw them away. Because who knows, like this bud right here could be that one, you know, that's just fucking been stewing out here since 1945.
Yeah.
Oh, so I actually, so today I was farting around on the interwebs, and oh, see right here I got a budworm going on. I don't know if you can, if I can get my light to, you can tell how it's dark brown there on the tip a little bit.
Just a tip.
I can guarantee you that there is a budworm in here. Well, I won't guarantee it because that's pretty fucking presumptuous of me. But show yourself, you little fuck. Oh, you're in there. I get tired for me to fucking.
Do you spray BT?
Bacillus thuringiensis? No, I just tend to my IPM is kind of
Because I mean, is it not a worm? It's a
there it
caterpillar,
is.
right?
Yeah, some type of fucking, it had wings at
Yeah.
one point.
Well, that's
Yeah.
gonna have wings.
He's right
The
there.
baby.
Got a fucking moth landing on my ear too. Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
pulling.
well, I have that problem earlier in the year, every year, but I spray BT once or twice, like over a couple weeks.
Well, it's like you say, and I'm doing this all on a budget too. Like I've had like $0 pretty much,
Yeah.
that I've been putting into it. Like if anything, I'll use diatomaceous earth, kind of my go-to. But the cool thing with this what's going on here is, my little hand dug well here, or little, this fucker's, I don't know, puts out like 400 gallons every half hour or so. So I wanted it to.
Yeah, it's a little.
There's a layered in here. See if I can't drop my phone in the water.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
But see, like we got like, I don't know, 9 feet of black dirt is all. And then there's a layer of fucking it's like fermenting vegetative matter or whatever you want to, I don't know. It's kind of like fucking the consistency of a fucking egg yolk. see if I can fucking break a little piece off. And it's
So
white.
wait, let me ask you that ladder, because you dug this hole. So like when you went at one point was digging and then hauling the buckets of dirt up and all that.
Well, so what I do is like this was a little like I had a little fucking dirt stairwell coming down here, but it's so deep now that it's so what I do is I take this hand ice auger right here, and I mean once I'm hitting to my hose right now because I got my hose wrapped around in there, but yeah, you can get a couple cranks on that, and it's just this really fucking soupy clay shit right now, kind of mixed with this this white stuff here. I should put my scope on it just to see what it is, but it's really sulfurous, like sulfur smelling. So it kind of works as a fucking as a IPM when as I spray my plants with it, because they get that sulfur, and then my plants get the sulfur too. But if I were to take this and like I used to pump it into my my holding tank or whatever, and if I let it off gas, the sulfur smell goes away. And like right now, this is really murky. It's because I purposely fucking agitated the shit out of it because I wanted that sulfur in here.
What?
Like, see how
Crawled up like right here. Oh my god.
On your arm like
You're
that.
so cute.
Well, you're telling me and I'm looking at this, the only thought that comes to my mind is you're fucking gnarly, dude. How deep is this? How far did you dig?
So right now it's what is that? Maybe I'd say 4.5 feet of water. And I've got it kind of it's conical. It like fucking like this right here is only maybe 3 feet wide, but it's probably 5 feet wide at the bottom. So I mean, there's like it's like 300-gallon cistern kind of basically.
Okay, but how far? Like you're down in it now. How many?
Yeah, and I'm
feet?
down. That's 8 feet.
How many feet? 8.
Yeah, because I'm
fucking
standing
a deep hole.
So my
How
feet.
many hours did you spend digging this hole?
Never a whole lot of this at one time.
Yeah.
It's
And then
it's something where I'll because getting this thing fucking full of this goop and pulling it out of there, it gets heavy. And
yeah, okay. Another question.
A wench.
Is it just this year or have you had it for multiple years? What happens in the winter? Does it fill in or?
well, no, I've just started this year. So actually how it all happened was because this is the first time I've grown on this property even. But
Alrighty.
so I'm sitting in the bottom of what is like it's the low spot of the property basically. And so the snowfall in the spring turns this into a pond. Like I've got videos and pictures of when there was I think I'd say at the peak in the spring here it was maybe 3 feet deep of water where I'm kind of sitting right now.
Where you got all your snails.
They're right here still. There's not nearly as many as there was at one point, but there's still
So
fucking.
there's a good chance that next year after the winter, you'll have to like put some more work into getting this back cleaned up.
So as it happened this year, the pond, like I don't know if you can see where that. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see. Maybe you can. Yeah, like right now where I'm standing, it would be up to my waist in water basically on a when it goes to the normal level. But like this year we didn't get a whole as much snowfall as we normally do. But then we also had a really dry spring and a hot spring. So this shit, like the pond went to slunk away to just, I don't know if you, for the longest time, there was just like a puddle here, basically. Like when I was first doing my compost, there was like a puddle that was like maybe 2 feet deep, and I would fucking fill my 5-gallon bucket and splash it onto my compost bin or whatever. And but then once that started to recede, I just started digging down to keep water there, to keep with the water. And then I guess I can't recall if there was one night when I fucking decided, okay, I'm gonna dig the well, or if it was just a gradual thing.
Well, and it seems like this land you're in, like even those plants you said you only watered them twice, and then now they're because
I
it's
don't ever
only
water
so
these
many
ones.
like they're what do you call it? Groundwater. So even though the surface might be dry, you get the roots get down a little ways. There's plenty of water. Huh?
Yep, and depending on where they are on the property, even because like here, this shit is so thick. Like I came here with a broad fork yesterday just to break this up because I'd get standing puddles when I was trying to water my plants. So like I'll take the broad fork when I'm watering these things, and I'll stab them, and I'll like lift them up, and so you can hear the roots just breaking underneath there. And then all of a sudden there'll be a couple bubbles, and all the water will go poof. But no, like so then it was also like it was like 4 feet worth of fucking of grass in here, just like right when it's after spring, because I mean with the snow everything's packed down. And then this thing here is a giant hugel bed. Like it I mean there's spots here where it's still just nothing but fucking deteriorating wood or whatever. So like there's spots where I can't have my plant, like here's like a big stump sticking out. But this is where they'd always bring all the lot, because there's quite a bit of property around here, and like they would this is where all the logs came, for 60 years or whatever. And so it's just one giant hugel bed. So where the stuff here, this dirt is just fluffier than shit up here. And I think I'm gonna nab a bunch of this for my winter pots. And then I guess I don't know, I'm getting sidetracked. So yeah, like I fucking
Well, wait, you've only been there a year, right?
Been here
This seems
since-
like the more work you put in, it's going to eventually all dial in.
And like this is really shitty looking too right now. Like I'll berm it up so no water goes into there. I'll have a lid over it. And like I imagine that if I wanted to, if I threw some fucking bubble wrap or some styrofoam, some foam board and shit, I could easily fucking I could put a lid over it and just cover it with dirt basically, because it's below the frost line down there. But either way, I mean I've got water elsewhere too. I mean there's
I'm confused.
like I might as well walk across. Do a little
So
fucking,
you could have just pumped it from a little further away instead of dig that hole.
yeah. Yep.
All right. Well,
But he didn't have anything to do for a month and a half. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Gnarly. Like you're fucking gnarly.
Oh, that, and it's I don't know. I like fucking like to prove that what I can do to myself. I mean I'm not trying to prove it to anyone else but myself. It's like, hey, this is possible. Fucking the damn Native Americans have been doing it here for a lot longer than I have. But
Yeah, I mean, to
you're
be able
looking
to
for Mullen.
access water so easily, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and like I say, the water that I'm using there is like I say, if I let it settle, because I'm always I dig in it every night pretty much, and if I let it settle, the water will be clear, and it won't really have the sulfur smell in it at all. Cause it'll fill up from the bottom where the aquifer is down there. Like my plan is to hit the aquifer. The aquifer I know is like, think it's 20 feet down. You can look up the everyone's well depths around here. Like it's you got to register and
Just
whatever.
drill, just put a
I could
3-inch
just vision you
hole in there.
hitting the aquifer and it having
And
pressure
just
and it just blow up,
shooting you out of the hole.
shooting
That's
you
kinda
out of the
what-
hole, and like
That's kind of what
thousands of
I was thinking would happen, but I guess it it's just more so you just get wetter, you know. Like what I imagine what's gonna happen is I'll end up hitting hit gravel basically.
Yeah, probably like a sandstone layer.
Well, I mean, basically, you could build like an old-fashioned well, like that hole. I mean, if you wanted to, the best way to make it a well would be to, I mean, fuck, I don't know how they used to do it, but shit, wells were like brick or stone or fucking concrete shit all the way down. You know what I mean? And then they had control of it and it permanent. Because I can imagine you're like I live in a mild climate, so I don't have any experience with fucking weather. Like I assume you get like things change on the property drastically through the seasons, which imagine that's gonna make you'll have to like pretty much put in some work at the beginning of every year when the spring comes along, right? And that's just part of working a piece of property in the region you're in.
Unless you want to take like 2 months and brick it up now, so every time you dig down, you add more brick to the bottom.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, like I've only really seen. I've never really seen one in person. Just what I've seen on images. But like, yeah, like the brick well with the little shingled little top, and people used to just, take
Put
water
their
up by the
bucket in.
bale. Yeah.
Cheers. Cheers, cheers.
Hey, cheers, Robert. How you doing tonight?
I'm all right. I don't even know what I was about to say. I'm about to say something there, guy.
Well, get high again. Maybe they come back.
Yeah, I got really high. I've been growing apples, bananas for like 10 months or so. And out of the 5 we got, it's by far my favorite, right? I never bothered. I mean, I knew it came from compounds, but I never bothered to look at the strain lineage. But I did a little bit ago, which, it's a collaboration between cookies and compound, and it's Blue Power and gelati. And then I even looked at what those were, and then some of the comments and shit. And I was like, most of the time on the Leafly and those things, I don't always concur with the shit I read. Just about everything I did that was said.
That's exactly what
it is. And even like when I saw the strain lineage and all that, I was like, yeah, that's what it is. I fucking it's good. I probably wouldn't have felt as good about it if I knew it was compounds, but I didn't know it was fucking cookies compound. Or I already have like a whatever. I don't like cookies. I'm not into that branded control and marketing, and even though they obviously have fire
Play
shit,
it well.
Brand loyalty.
Well, marketed well. How's
Yeah.
that?
I saw some post from Burner. He was visiting one of their partner farms, and this OG old timer guy, I don't know his name, showed him this jar. It was like just full melt keef. It looked like, you know, when those candies that are just sugar and colored. It looked like purple. I mean, bright ass purple sugar, right? Like it was just the key. It was like it was pretty good, cool looking. I don't know how good that would. I mean, maybe it's the dankest shit ever. Depends on the strain that it came off of. But damn, I've never seen a jar, pretty big jar of keef, basically, like the resin glands. That color purple, like straight up, like it was like purple candy colored. I don't know if anyone else saw that post, but I was like, holy shit.
I think I saw it.
That made me want to like, oh, I'd like to try a hit or two of that, or fuck, I've never seen it like that. I've seen people wash where they get a tinge of purple and the waters were purple and stuff.
Yeah.
But I've never seen someone collect the resin glands that were pure purple like that color. But I imagine if you had a fucking purplish strain, that's what it would be.
The Great Death Star, if you press the fresh flower, it presses purple rosin.
That's cool.
And one of Red Setter's, I think it's his Grape Glee.
Mhm.
That one, the keef comes out purplish color. So you get a bunch of purple trichlomes in it.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
right on.
I've seen photos where you could tell that the trichromes are like got a purple color in the trichrome.
Finally got myself a red Black Widow again. Fucking awesome. It's got red on the outside, so its back has red dots going down it, and it's got the red glass on its stomach. Yeah. I'm happy.
Okay, so now that you got it, that means you have it contained in a place that it's not going to disappear.
Where it's safe, yeah, not where I'm safe, but where it's safe, right?
Where it's safe.
Well, yeah, because the daddy longlegs will assassinate. Like that's their favorite food. So, and they're everywhere. They just have it. They're right above my head. So she and her babies are hungry.
Hey, when I was in prison for a couple years in Calipatria, we were out in the fucking godforsaken desert. I had badass. I inherited this from the guy that I was and he got out, and then it was a praying mantis, right? And you could gamble on the yard for soups, those top ramen soups. That was like the currency. And like in a shoebox, you'd put like a praying mantis against black widows, right? And not always. I mean, praying mantises are badass, but they can get beat too. Because if the fucking thing webs his fucking feet up, and then he's got him, right? But yeah, mine still won one or two times after he lost his leg. He only had 3 legs. He didn't have one of his front legs, right? And he used to live in the cell and like kick it on the shelf and shit, right? And had his little fucking cap of water, and we'd fucking I don't even know what we fed it. I think if you caught flies and shit, you'd give him those, and he got shit because he would just cruise around the cell all fucking day. Yeah, but when they fought yeah, it was like a whole thing, man. The praying mantis has all these stats, and you're like, when I had that thing, I'm like, for such a little insect that you're like, yeah, does he really have a brain? Oh, I was like, fuck, this thing has a brain, dude. He knew what he was doing.
Ah.
I don't know
Camel
about
spider right
spiders.
there.
I didn't ever trip on the spiders like that, but imagine. But praying mantises, I'm still fond of them. I have a bunch that come around here every year or so.
It's a camel spider right here. This thing's the most deadly creature in the desert without venom. It's all power. Those front legs right there will grab anything, and they got suckers on the end of them where they suck on whatever they're holding, and they'll pick it up and stick it right in their mouth and devour it whole living.
These things are like 12 inches big, aren't they? 12 inches
These are the
across.
smaller ones. This is a 2 to 3 inch one. There's some that get really big. This one returned 4 times to the same spot over and over in my house. I went threw it out in the middle of the desert twice. And then the third time, I just threw it over the fence when the wind was blowing. And I thought that's good enough. And nope, right back. I was like, this little fucker. He's in the jar today.
It's gotta
I'm
die.
take it far. I'm gonna take it far away, then I'll throw it away tomorrow, like way out there. But it came back 3 times in one night.
Oh no! See, yeah,
He'd be
no,
dead.
I'm not. I can't. Spiders, I'm never. I'm not that creeped out over them, but no, I can't embrace them. They're fucking. They're. I know they're good. Some of them are really good, but
So many
yeah, I
of
don't
them.
know.
I mean, they
Especially
have
when you show me ones that are
hundred.
gnarly like that, I'm like, oh
Yeah, there's no
shit.
venom in that one at all, right? So that's
But how do you say it's? What does it do? It just fucks you up.
it will just bite you and pinch you really hard. There's nothing that will happen to you. It could almost break you,
20.
Bite and pinch you really hard.
fortunately.
But the bigger ones that they have out in like
Yeah, those are big your skin. Afghanistan and back over there.
yeah, I
They have some
mean
big
they
ones down
eat
here.
like
in
small
Celebrate area.
animals.
That's
Yeah,
awesome,
they
Ron.
eat birds. They eat small birds and hummingbirds and frogs and stuff like that.
Well, we've got one here in Thailand that eats
They don't mess
birds
with them.
and shit.
Yeah, what's it called? That's the tarantula thingy.
Yeah, this thing's like 8 inches, 9 inches big too.
And don't they have some like super crazy ones in Australia, like where they got some really
Yeah.
crazy shit there?
Funnel web will bite right through your thumbnail, and it's got one of the most lethal poisons. So don't mess with the funnel web spider if you ever see one. Best to stay away.
Thailand actually has a spider like the brown
right there.
recluse, where it will bite you and then your skin will start to deteriorate and fall off.
Hey, like it was either on Sunday, on Sunday, Green Fingers, on my road, I just had to swerve a little bit because there was a tarantula. I saw it like just in the time, walking across the fucking road, and I like avoided him and went over the middle of him.
These
I
creatures
was
have
like, when I was
poison.
driving by, I'm
They're
thinking,
so
I wonder
small.
what he thought happened, because like all of a sudden, a car, like he's under a car, like. But he was just cruising across the road.
Good
Yeah,
over here.
like they have such a big presence, such a small creature for that reason. Like, so we can stay away. Like in nature, we see something like that walking down the road. It's like, yeah, I'm going that way. I'm not going towards
Yeah.
it.
Hey, today when I was going to town, right off the side of the road, a fucking turkey vulture took off, and like I put on my brakes because it was taking off across the road right at windshield level, and even that right at the
6 foot
corner of the driver's
wingspan.
side, it wasn't like he hit the bird. The wings are like he was flapping away because they're pretty big, and it brushed against the car. He still just took off, right?
Yeah, because their wingspan's like 6, 7 feet wide. They're huge.
Yeah. they're like, that's why if any like squirrel or rat, whatever gets killed on the road, oh, it ain't there but a couple hours or never more than a day. Cause those turkey vultures, man, they know how to find shit. And that's what they do. That's what he was doing. Like he didn't want to, he had that. I was probably like interrupting him feeding on something that was dead right there.
My homemade
Roadkill.
handling it today.
That motor breath was pretty good.
Have a good night, everybody. I'm taking off.
Later,
Don't
All right,
forget.
D.
Cheers, D.
Cheers, everybody. Don't forget, everybody, tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern. A little side programming note: the safety meeting. Peace.
What the heck? I have a dragonfly in my house now. Gammon is trying to get to my light. It's not even a dragonfly. It's like a fake dragonfly. That's spider food. Eventually. Damn. I gotta close my front door. Hold on.
I picked up some motor breath last night for 150 baht a gram. Smells really good, especially when I grind it up. The buzz isn't too bad. I've only smoked one joint, about to smoke another one now. And then I said,
Oh
well, is
wait,
this all
I
you
cannot.
had?
I can't always get the conversion. So 150 baht is how many dollars?
You figure 35 baht per dollar.
So that's like a $5
So
gram
for
or less.
$4, yeah, less than $5 gram.
Nice.
And it's worth smoking.
Yeah. Well,
So how
I
much is
found
it
out the
expensive?
reason why it was only 150 because I got to see the stuff that they were charging 300 for, and they were like 4, 5, 6-inch buds.
Well,
So they
most
took all the
likely,
little smalls and put it in for the 150 just to,
I
give
imagine
them.
what's going to happen there is that fresh weed that still is like relatively green and dry, pure, it will all have value like the 300 baht, but then, there'll always be the stuff that's a week or so old or longer that started to oxidize a little, and then they'll sell that for $5 a gram, right?
They're gonna have to realize that, yeah, just because you want to have 100 different strains on the shelf, put up 100 strains that aren't a year to 2.5 years old. Put up stuff that's, within the past few months. And
Well, I
it
mean,
wouldn't be
but
difficult here with all the growers. Holy shit. I
But isn't
mean,
that
with
what
the
will
growers that I
happen?
met, I could have 100 strains in a shop.
But could you sell through the 100 strains? That's the thing. Because
No,
like even in California market with metric and shit, sell through is a big thing. Because when things don't sell through, there's like a year date, and then they get destroyed or whatever, right? And I don't know who pays for it or whatnot. But
nothing really sells through here.
yeah, and
CD.
I imagine just like any economic model, right? They're only a year and a couple months into this like drastic change. Like it didn't lead up to it.
Well,
We had medical, we didn't. I mean, I'm sure there was cannabis in the country, but it wasn't like here where we had like a whole traditional legacy thing that was 50 years old that
okay, well,
you
let's
know.
put it this way, bud. Okay, we have a new PM. this new PM wants to take it back to medical, and that's it. Okay. And I could actually see that flying here in Thailand because the way it was done, it wasn't done properly. So there wasn't good light shed on it from the beginning.
Well, and
Okay.
two,
It was
most
kind
of
of pushed. It was kind of pushed through to cover up some other shit that was going on.
okay, but another
So
thing
there's
is,
a whole bunch of people in the population that really don't want it. They're
And-
okay for medical, but not for
right, and
recreational.
even like the average shop owner is probably like, it's not that profitable, right? A lot of those places, like, oh, are they actually selling through? And so then there won't be such a will to change it because it's already like out of control and has no.
Okay, the local growers, it's all on consignment. You do not buy directly from the local grower. He comes in, drops off the package, you weigh it up. He comes in every 10 days to get his money, or when you sell through, which is probably not going to happen. So he's going to come in every week to get a weekly paycheck if he has one. But, you know, that's what the shops are doing. The local growers are bringing in 1 or 2 strains per shop, and they're leaving it on consignment.
Well,
Now,
you know,
the
like
thing
most crops,
is the only weed that's really selling and really profitable is the weed that's between 10 and 60 baht a gram.
well,
When you
like
can get
most
10 grams for 100 baht, that's what you're going to sell 100 bags a day of.
most crops, just due to their seasonal, they have limitations. They work within a supply and demand. Cannabis, yeah, the amount that
Yeah,
can
that
be
don't
grown,
work that way.
right? And then when you add the amount of people that want to throw their hat in the growing, like most of the economic problem in the United States is supply demand. Like, yeah, you can't, too much shit's being grown, and within a year and a few months, beyond everywhere else in the world trying to funnel their shit to Thailand.
To
Oh, I
Thailand,
imagine
yep.
that now a year, that's about what it takes to like get operations up and going. There's so many local operations that they don't even need any more import.
I've been having talks with the growers here and opening up a shop. I can feed these growers 1 or 2 strains and they'll grow them for me. And, you know, if I offer to buy, give them part money for part of the harvest as I help them grow these strains to the way that I think they should be done. And then I cut them and bring them to my house and dry and cure it here. Then I put it in my shop. I really don't have to grow anything. I just have to oversee 10 different gardens. That's all. But I think if you put more than 10, 12 exotic strains in a shop in Thailand, I think it's overkill. Because just like you said, you're never going to sell completely through all that because of the price difference. Now, if you've got, you know, 15 grams for 100 baht of some local Thai that you did outdoors that you basically didn't take care of, but it still gets people high, but you can get 15 grams for 100 baht. You're going to sell 100 bags of those before you sell 10 bags of the exotic.
Well,
so you're going to make the money in the
like
local stuff.
The
and
point
the
of
low
what
price.
I was saying is Thailand is like in the true infancy of like trying to create this cannabis industry or they're part of it without even
Yeah.
so I can't imagine like, oh, what it will look like 2 years from now, 3 years, 5 years from now. That's probably like what's
Well,
more important.
3 months. 3 months from now is what we really have to look at. And what we really have to look at is March. In March, I believe it's March or May. I think it's March though. They have elections again. This election will change the number of Senate seats in each party. So it can swing it again come
But all
March.
right, like I know here, even cities that have gone through changes, like once the tax dollars start rolling in, no politician is going to shut that down, right? They're not
But
going
they
to
missed
reverse it,
that.
right? Yeah.
They
So like
missed
when I
that.
see
There
the
is no
problem in
tax
Thailand,
dollars.
like, yeah, the point of what I was going to say is you have all these politicians that don't have any incentive, like, yeah, they could flip on a dime. What does it matter to them in the government, right? At this point, right? It's not like, well, wait, we'd be kissing off 10% VAT. That's like, whatever millions of dollars a year. If you don't have that leverage over politicians, like that's politicians, even everywhere. They've never come to like, oh, reefer madness is all propaganda and lies, and we change our ethical view about cannabis. No, it was always about how they could tax it, right? That's all they've agreed to. It's still, even as you talk about cannabis cafe and this and that, here we are in our country where you have no shortage of bars, little bars, sports bars, this bar, that bar. Our country's like biggest thing in bars, right? Sell alcohol to people who park their car outside, right? And we all know that story. Somehow cannabis and people having the use of it in a lounge or whatever, coffee place, wherever it is, somehow is like
There's
too
totally a
much to
place in
ask
the window
for,
behind you.
but like they're never going to change their view about bars. Holy shit, that's like part of our country, for God's sakes, right? But somehow a cannabis use in a similar type of place that, oh, there's still
Setting.
people, right?
It looks like there's a
Somehow
face
that's
behind
like,
you in the
oh,
glass.
that's bad. We can't allow that. We can't allow people to socialize and to smoke cannabis. But oh, you could go socialize and fucking drink every day of your life in a bar, right? The what do you call it? Hypocrisy of it is fucking stunning to me.
Ben, it looks like there's a fucking face in the glass behind you, tripping me out.
Behind me,
It's the
over your
wolf
right shoulder.
outside. It's the big bad wolf outside, man.
no, because like
It's dire wolf.
all my dogs are asleep. Like all four of them are right here.
It's
I got
dire wolf.
Turp is here, Maggie's there, Herbie's there, and Daisy's there. And they're all sleeping.
No, it's like a silhouette, like a ghost image or something. It's probably just like,
Yeah,
it could be.
I'm just seeing the
it's a
reflection of the light.
reflection
I
off the
have,
TV. Off the
I have the
TV.
TV and I have the stream pulled up so I can read the chat. It could be that reflection. That's what it
It
is.
is.
Yeah, there's
That's
just two
what it
black
is.
spots in the skies almost.
And
I've
even
been to your house. I know what
used
that
to,
reflection is.
I've gotten used to is, oh, we're like, sometimes I can see, like when you were showing the well, I could see it better on my TV than I can my phone, except that it's like, I don't know how many seconds behind, but it's seconds behind. So you'll be saying something, and then I won't be able to see it for like, I don't know how many
20
seconds.
seconds.
I don't think, whatever it is, it's enough to be distracting. So sometimes I'll look at it on the phone, but that's fucking so small I can't fucking see shit. Like something I've realized in the last couple months, where I've had to put in more work at our other place, where because my partner there has kids and all this shit that, oh, the place runs at night because the power bill's lower and all this. He never works, and sometimes I go there myself, and I'll go there after 9:30 when the lights are on. But like, even with this green light shit that's in there,
Green light,
Green light.
red light.
green light, red light. We lose Bud again.
And the green light in your grow at night is kind of a myth too.
Yeah.
But it is based on partial science, because the human eye can see green shades of green better than most other colors, like by a really large amount. So we can see, if you use a green light, you can see it much better, really dim. So you can technically get away with using a dimmer light if it's green. So Bruce Bugsby explained it better than I just did, but or you can just be like me and shine this shit on them at night and not get any herms, because fucking fearless.
Perm these men. Wait, no, don't do that. Perms. Nanners. Nanners.
Bananas.
That manners on my plant. It's gonna ruin everything. Yeah.
Hell, I'll take some
crazy.
fucking feminized seeds on accident.
I used to outdoor open pollinate. Anybody on my block probably hated me because all I do is do water after a little bit
I
of water.
guarantee my males are hitting couple of them. What do you call them? The fucking what's like a piece of pollen called? The fucking
pollen. The granule of pollen.
Grain, yeah, grain was what I was thinking of.
Pollen, yeah.
There's a couple grains that make their way over here, because I got them in like a block, in like a lean-to porch basically, so they're exposed to the elements, but the wind never comes from like, it's blocked, so it never comes this way from right there.
Nice.
And if it did, that's not the end of the world for me, I guess, right now. So I just won't have it marked, and I won't have absolute sensei with my fucking
thousands of seeds on one tree out there. Nothing smokable at all. I was like, damn.
Oh, we got some really good things popped off in Ohio this year. We used that Sensi Star male. Yeah. We hit it with the Afghani mango from Ohio. And the Afghani mango, man, is that such a beautiful plant. It's covered in trichomes. The Sensi Star, I think, is going to add like a gas fuel to it even more, because the Afghani mango is, you think having mango in the name, it would have a mango flavor to it or terpene. But basically, it smells and tastes like dry dirt, earth. It's an earth terpene.
Yeah.
So it smells like the earth.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite ones I have out of my lineup. The ones that smell like earth. Like, I don't want to.
What's the name of what it smells like after it rains? There's a fucking,
I have one like the after rain smell.
Fresh rain.
Yeah, I lost one. I lost it already. I didn't get it cutting, so I'll smoke it soon. But I changed the smell already, so it's crazy how they do that so fast.
I've been
Yeah,
doing a
and
bunch
then
of re-vegging for,
sometimes it's not until like day 40 or 45 that in the cure process that a plant actually smells good.
Right. It takes
want
a
to see
You
the
know,
while.
cuts that I took?
I've had some plants that's like, oh man, this don't taste that great. And then you put it aside and then you run out of weed and you grab that bag or that jar and you crack it open and you're like, wow, you know, a couple weeks later, and this actually tastes really good.
Yeah, that happens from the stuff I get from the dispos all the time. I open it and try it and be like, that's bunk. That one sucks. The other one always be good because I get a second one's always OG. Every time it's OG.
I-
OG is good. But then I try these other ones and they're fucking 2 weeks later. I'm like, oh man, that one's super fire. Peanut butter souffle tastes great now. But the first day after, like that shit sucked. It takes like a week or two to come
I
come
put
around.
cuts on favorites, but kind of let them go to flower. They'll probably still monster crop them though. They're nice and rooted.
Put on my green crack.
So if I wanted to re-veggies, would I have to monster crop them, like let them grow the new stems out of the bud, or can a guy
Would
get
I-
away with pinching the bud side off and letting and just giving them?
What
So
I
I'm
would
gonna-
do is I would take one of your littler bud sites from the bottom of the plant and take like the tip of it.
Well,
of one
I'm
of your
saying all these
bottom
are is just a
branches,
little
make
bud
make
side.
a,
We bitched the whole
make a
thing.
clone of it, and
Okay.
then root that clone under 24 hours of light, and that should speed up your regenerative process going back re-vegging. It
Well,
should
either way,
go,
I'm
it
probably gonna
should,
just I'll slap these under
it sh-
24 hours light, and like I say, my favorite. These are cuttings of my, like, I don't know, half a dozen favorite plants or whatever. But either way, I'm gonna take the plants and I'm gonna I'm gonna chop most of, I'm not gonna harvest the whole plants. I'm gonna uproot them and pot them and monster crop them
yeah,
inside.
they can take 5 to 6 months to get any type of new growth out of a full plant, where you can end up doing the same
Well,
thing
I just leave
of
the
a clone within a month to 6 weeks.
like I took clones, but I didn't keep up with my fucking my my supplemental lighting, so they
Dead.
turned into flowers. No, they're alive. They're all good, but they're just they got little buds on them. So
We'll just take those little plants, but
yeah, I'll
no,
probably will just,
take one of the bottom branches that's got a small little bud on the end of it, and
I say that's
just
all these
take that
cuttings
tip.
are.
Well, I can't see your.
Oh,
Yeah, just little cuttings.
Then yeah, just re-veg the whole thing.
yeah. But like I say, I'll take the plant because
Put
I've
'em-
monster
put
crop
'em under.
whole plants
Put
before.
them under.
So I'll just
Yeah,
leave the
but to
bottom
answer
branches.
your question
24.
about the bud, don't fuck with it at all at the beginning, because after it's a while, that's just going to be like dead,
Should
the bud,
dry and pick
right?
it off.
And the new growth will start coming in, and at
Yep.
a certain point when it starts to veg again, yeah, you need to then clean it up like the best you can without, killing the fucker, and that'll help like get it going again, totally vegging. But the buds will just like dry out and
Yeah, I've done it before with the You know, where I just
But
take,
if, but if
leave
you
the
like
bottom
try to
branches on the
cut
plant.
all the bud off now, when it'll like have probably a detrimental effect, or like, right? Because
I came to
you just want the
Bangkok
plant to
and
keep
went into
growing.
guy's veg room, and he had these plants trying to re-veg them for 6 months in his room.
It can take a
The
while for some
plants-
plants.
The plants
Our
had
local-
beautiful green leaves on them. He left no bud site for new growth to grow out, so he was just keeping all the fan leaves green for 6 months.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's a process, and I've had them go a couple months, 3 months, and I keep, like Cap says, I've
5,
had some
6.
that I almost just gave up. It was fucking so long, and they finally got going, and then they
Yeah, I've
went
seen
through like a bunch of weird shit for a little while, and then they finally, you know, became a hell of a. Usually, once they really get going in full veg, oh, those are some
Yeah,
beefy plants.
yeah, they're stronger that second time around. It sounds like I've monster cropped one where I had a plant that was a fairly decent sized plant. I had it in like I don't know, maybe a 15-gallon bag or something like that, and I just uprooted the plant from outside and brought it in, and I chopped off everything, but like I left just like maybe two branches on the bottom, like an antlers little thing, and just left a couple, maybe like a 1/4 ounce of bud on there. And I got it to the point where it did give me the, you know, like the mutated growth, and I had shoots coming out, but I ended up abandoning the project at that point. So I never actually took the cuttings, but I could have. I let it die.
Ryan.
But
You
shit, if I
do
want to
all
play around with
this
them,
work.
I've actually got like first thing, like when my hemp was still in veg, I actually haven't looked at these in a long time now. I kind of glance at them when I walk by them every once in a while, but there's a couple survivors in here still. They got spider. Oh, that's a spider.
Spider mites.
Mite. Well, I was trying to see if that was a web or mite, but yeah, these things have been in these veg trays for like 2 months now, damn near 3 months, and they're just these little tiny buds, and they're still all
Wow.
up. I've never watered them. Well, except for like back when they were still fucking actual clones in veg, but I haven't watered them in fucking over a month.
Well, how can they keep living? Where are they getting water? Plant runs out of water, it dies. That's what happens.
Because we get so much dew here in the mornings.
All right.
They're great. You see how they're surrounded by vegetation here in the
Yeah.
morning, and with just them themselves too. They'll have dew, but
But are they up on a table and they're just in little containers, right? They're not on the. How are they getting the moisture down off the ground?
Let me get my headlamp back on here.
I couldn't see it good.
Yeah,
They're on the
my
ground.
headlamp are oh there we go. Here we go. They're in the same size, the same type of tray as my other ones were. And they're like I say, oh god, that one reeks. Wow. But those are all from Cheryl, like the plant, my big plant that I've got fucking full of seeds. So, but I can play with them. I mean, I've got a whole bunch of seeds to pop too, but like farting around and shit, I guess. And like it's like those ones, like all the hemp plants I got on the perimeter that are just like these really fucking emaciated, shitty ones. I keep checking those ones to see, you know, see if they got any herms or any issues or anything, and they're all fucking just getting by. I do have plants though on the other side of the hill there that are those ones are just that I've never watered, and they're just like just tiny and embarrassing, so I don't ever show them. But like all these
Now
ones,
getting by, are they getting by as like being, all over the board, herms and
no, there's no
regulars
I've only
all
found one
mixed
herm.
together?
All I found so out of everything was there's one little blueberry muffin that had a couple male pollen sacs underneath it, like fucking. Here's actually this one right. Where are you at? This one right here had a couple little fucking pollen sacs right there, and unless they were just like swelled up or swelled up fucking what do you call them, ovaries, and I just was tripping on them, but there's like a little pile of them, so I think they were pollen sacs, and there was no seed in them, so I don't know. But other than that, yeah, none of these fucking. This thing's just fucking stacking up. And like I say, I'll let these probably go until fucking. Well, I don't know. I might do. It'll kind of be plant dependent, I guess. Now this one during the day,
and I mean,
it's looking awesome.
What's your weather cutoff? Like, when is it like, oh, that's it? It's fucking
28 degrees
freezing.
is when I throw in the towel usually.
But like, how long? Like, when is that?
October.
Hit?
A lot of times you can get to the end of October.
So you got a month left.
Well, yeah.
Jeez, Jeff.
I mean, usually, like, I don't know. A lot of times we'll get it. It all depends on the year, really. But
yeah. But
I like to try to get to.
Your final decision is going to get down to weather on something.
Yeah.
Yep. Or how mature the seeds are, like in these ones that I've got pollinated. Because these are they smell like fucking. I feel like I have to convince myself every day that it's hemp, because this shit smells amazing. It's got its own profile. It's like a fruity fucking. I don't know, like an angel's pussy maybe, or fucking God's asshole, something. It smells really good. And there's different shades of that smell, or different fucking.
You just say God's asshole?
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine.
Which
Yeah.
God? No. Now I want to know which God. Which God do you? No, I'm just kidding. Cheers, Jeff.
Well, God's a woman. I don't know. I'm just fucking.
Isn't that like just dank? That's what that is. That's
Right.
dank. Like that's just how I refer to it.
I don't know.
Like,
Well,
I'm sure.
There's a range of dank.
It's coming from Ryan, so it's got to have something to do with shit.
You could
So
really mean that.
an asshole is just as close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, angel's pussy. I don't know. But they fucking smells like what's the shit that D always says? Turkish delight from fucking Narnia.
Okay, is that a sexual thing, or is that like the candy? Turkish delight.
Who knows? I remember in school we got to make
A
our
hash.
own Turkish delight and bring it whatever we thought that was.
That
I don't
you
know.
make it
There
out.
was
In
a
any case-
hash called Turkish Delight.
I'll be fucking shooting out as many free samples as I don't know, fucking. God, I'm fucking ripped now. As many free samples as fucking I can of this, just so these fuckers can taste and smell this this hemp here, this cannabis
That's a hemp?
sativa,
That actually is a hemp. Yeah.
and then from that point on, you can see if you want to fuck with crosses of it, because I'm gonna have a lot of crosses, and there's gonna be a lot of playing around to do. Fucking I look forward to it.
Cheers, Jeff.
Yeah, you should go out and get one of those big licenses and just, plant like a half an acre of all these seeds you made and just go through and take a clone of them. And, maybe you'll hit 2 or 3 of them that you could sell to some big company and, a facility.
Well, the one thing that's got me
Make
a little
5
bit
or
dismayed
10
at the moment,
grand on a cut.
is that so I just came across in 1970 there's a nature conservancy plot of land here, like I don't know, just a couple of roads over. It's not even 5 miles from here, but it's like it's like a natural habitat where they got land all over the country, and it's just a 40-acre little plot that is basically like a grassland. There's a little swamp in the corner of it. But in 1973, I think is when they opened up that particular that plot, and they take they go through and they take they take samples of all the plants and everything, and they fucking take the specimens and they dry them and they bring them to the there's like the what's it called, the Bell Museum or something like that in St. Paul, I think. But in any case, I was doing research on trying to find shit out about it, and I came across the actual record from that from a male plant they took in 1973 or something like that, 5 miles from here. And since then, George Weeblin, he's a professor at the University of Minnesota that's been studying hemp or marijuana and hemp for 25 years or something like that with a DEA license.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he's been doing it longer than most people. I'd like to get him on one of these shows because fucking the smart guy. But they've been going in because I found it through one of their maps, and fucking like they've like zeroed in on a lot of the fucking where the feral populations are, because they all become like endemics. They all become like the genetic variation between here and something an hour from here could be completely different, even if it's the same strain, just because 80 years worth of fucking natural selection will do that shit. And he explains it pretty good in some of his speech talks and shit, because like they
That's
go
the
and
same thing here in Thailand that's happened. The land races, you'll find little pockets of them, but they're all heirlooms. Because why? I have a 11-kilometer-hour wind right now. You know how far that pollen is flying when it's flying? We're talking 20, 30, 40 kilometers down the road.
Yeah, I
2-3 kilometers wide from just like an acre.
Yeah, because during World War II, they had the Hemp for Victory drive, where the U.S. Army gave out millions of seeds to farmers, and they opened up 11 hemp mills, and there's not even that many in the country right now. I don't think that do fucking.
There's only like 2.
Irrigation and all that shit. Yeah, but there was 11 of them in Minnesota, and there's a lot of hemp that was grown for those couple years, whatever, and I'd like to think that my great grandpa was one of them, because their land was like great fucking. He owned hundreds of acres.
Could you imagine if we had like 11 of those processing centers just in 11 different states? That would be awesome.
They're all big ones.
You had 11 of them in Minnesota alone.
Yep, and
today they only have like 2 or 3 in the whole country.
And
what's the problem?
They destroyed them all after the fucking war effort.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. They destroyed them, and big business is keeping them unbuilt.
Yep, and like I say,
it only takes
Minnesota, they've been going around. They go around and they find all the feral stuff, and it takes 10 samples.
It takes $10 million to put one of these facilities together, okay? Because I looked into it over here, because there's 2 different processes for the hemp. There's a dry process and a wet process that you have to do to fibers. And some take some drying out and curing and processes like that. But it's basically $10 million to $15 million for one of these facilities.
You don't
Because
have
we
to
figured
much.
that Thailand would need 3 of them. One up here in the north, one like by Bangkok or east of Bangkok, and one in the south. That way it was economical to transport the hemp fiber back and forth to processing. In the United States, you can't take hemp 1,200 miles to have it processed.
Well,
It's too much money and fuel.
You read it in the field is what they did back then, where they would, you know, and they grew it like people always say like hemp, but no, they grew it like marijuana. They grew it like cannabis, but they just grew it close together, and they dioecious, you know, with the males and females in there, and fucking, you know, if you were to grow plant or grow marijuana at in that density, it would be a tall, spindly plant with a little bud on top too.
Yeah.
But they fucking when they would harvest it, they would chop it down, you know, down low, and then they would there was different strategies to go about redding it, but they would just drop it and let it lay flat on the ground like corduroy, you know, and then after X amount of days and nights, and usually this would happen around at the end of the year when there's like frost and stuff or heavy dews in the morning, they would rot away that the outer bark because you want the herd, I think. And then
yeah, you want the herd.
They had machines that would come and like flip all the stalks over like pixie sticks, and then they would dry on the other side or wet on the other side for fucking a couple weeks or whatever it was, kind of like flipping hay or turning hay. But
I watched them harvest a hemp or a cannabis field here in Thailand, and the guy went through and he cut down all the plants, and by the time he got done and started to go through and stack them on a cart, you could tell that they were almost like probably 15-20% dry just by sitting in the sun all day.
Yeah, this stuff. Like
Besides
when
that,
you
he probably didn't water it for like 2 or 3 days before he harvested too.
Did he,
I think that's a big problem.
Did he stack them in like little teepees first?
No.
Because when they lay flat on the ground, they'll rot the shit here.
No, they have a bamboo pole and they'll lay them standing up against that pole out in the bright sun. They don't put them under any type of shade or any type of building. Some do, I should say, not all of them do, but a lot of them just right out in the sun and then flip them the next day, and they're basically ready to be bucked down to smaller branches.
Yeah, because when they do it when they do it for the hemp, like I say, it'll just be that one branch, and then they it rots away on the ground, and then from there, I mean, I imagine it is a lot of, like I say, it's a lot of material to be trucking a long way too. But then they had the big decortication machines, and fucking.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No one's making those. You know, it just takes a modified combine to harvest hemp.
Yeah, so you can do it with cannabis too. I mean, so when I grew those 25 acres or whatever it was of the hemp, it was they used the combine with a corn chopper heads on it,
Yeah.
And I don't think it was even modified. It was just, they just used the corn chopper heads. And
Well, the modifying would be coming in when you cut it, it goes into the combine and the flowers get stripped and the fiber gets put in one area and the flour goes into the hopper.
The harvest, our harvest was a whole plant. Kind of like
so it would just bucket, it would bucket all. It would buck all the flour right off the stem.
No, it would just chomp everything up like you're throwing it in a fucking
okay.
wood chipper.
Okay.
Yeah, the
so you're
cornbread
just
CBD has
basically making it mulch.
Yeah, cornbread CBD has a funny little commercial about that where they're selling their extract or whatever, you know, and they say, you know, normally when you go and you buy your fucking your little jar of extract or whatever, your CBD, this is what the other company's doing. He takes a plant and he just throws it in a wood chipper and it like goes in, like hits someone in the face or something like that. Pretty fucking funny. But you know, here at fucking cornbread,
you know, I'm surprised that there isn't someone actually going out there and buying like hemp fiber from all these farms that really can't get rid of it and, you know, grinding it up at least. I mean, if you ground it up, you can compress it and you can ship
like,
a lot.
Hempcrete is a thing, you know, it's starting to take on. I mean, in Canada, they do it. They've got the infrastructure up there from, you know, where they got, because what's going to happen is there's going to be, when it does start to take off, you know, good luck growing outdoors at that point when it's going to, you know, in certain, like, you know, Nebraska or whatever, Kentucky, you know, they'll have fucking, you know, there's no small farms anymore when it comes to big ag. And so there's going to be, you know, 1,000-acre fields of fucking, you know, hemp pollen fucking.
No, there's not going to be palm unless they're going for oil. If they're going for fiber, there ain't going to be no palm. Those are going to be all feminized seeds.
No, fiber, they don't care. Fiber is just the plants. They just fucking, they'll plant that dioecious like corn and fucking.
Believe me, they'll pull those males. They'll let a few
not
of them
1,000-acre field. No, they just let the males.
But they understand going through and being able to thin out a few of them, give them an extra production. So those that understand that will send people out. Those that are just doing it by GPS and sitting in the cab, they don't give a shit. It's all just acreage to them. How many acres did we do today? I remember when a half acre, an acre of corn a day was a good day.
Yeah, I've hand harvested 7 acres. Fucking
yeah,
roughly 1,200 plants per acre. That was fucking. Got some sore arms with the head, getting them fucking big old Fiskars chopper, you know, the hand chopper, fucking clippers or whatever.
Yeah.
Shears.
Man, today I'd be using those ratchet ones that they have for the PVC plastic. I'd be using those ratchet ones to do that. I don't have the strength in my hands anymore to be able to use a strong pair of clippers or something.
I even had to. My plants are too big, and fuck. In this one, I don't know if I can't even know if my camera's facing right now. The old Fiskars right here. I've got a fucking. It's got a steel arm on the one side because growing such fucking big ass plants.
So it was like 19 years to the spring when I was back home. We in Cleveland, we have this like discount store, and the guy has like 8 or 9 of them on the east side and west side of Cleveland. And each shop will get like a different brand of closeouts, and they'll get the like big heavy metal spring little trimmers. So in 2003, I bought Fiskars there for $1.99 a pair. When I was back home, I was able to get 32 pairs for $2.99. And they even had a cool little pair that was rounded at the tip, bent at the tip, I should say. And those were only $1.99. The box that my friend sent me, she's got like fucking 40 pairs of these. But this is what they are. And they were $1.99, but they've got that curved tip to them. But just like a pair of Fiskars, a little bit stronger spring in there.
I've got like 20 pairs that are all missing the spring on them.
If they're Fiskars, take a picture of them and send a picture to them and an email. They'll send you new springs to them. Yeah. If you have worn out Fiskar springs, they will send you new ones.
Well, I don't have any. The springs are all fucking, they've all sprung.
Yeah, well, they're all titanium. The ones that I bought in 2003, those are titanium blades on those. So the blades like never dulled out. I mean, literally. But the springs would. But yeah, you can send the springs back to them and they'll send you brand new springs.
Here's a corn chopper chopping down them. Yep. And the black bar is at 6 feet. And those plants I started late too. They didn't go until July. Or they didn't get their field debut till then.
I just noticed on these pair of trim clippers, it says herbs, fruits, vegetables, and flowers, and it's got a cannabis leaf down there. How you doing, Jeff?
I bought springs at grow stores before. Sometimes I have them.
And I've replaced them with like
hardware
25.
stores.
I've used ones from like out of a pen, I want to say maybe once, or like a fucking.
Well, they'll have the like exact ones sometimes of the brand, like 50 cents.
Well, I'm sure you can find replacements on eBay or on Amazon or something for.
Yeah, maybe just on eBay too.
Until they closed, Cleveland had a spring company, and they literally had a shop, and they would put their overruns in the shop. So you could go in there and get every type of spring that you could imagine. But again, they were bought out by a bigger company.
Yeah,
I miss
sometimes
being
actually
able to go to stores like that.
Sometimes a different spring is even better.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I agree.
you know?
I remember I know a lot of times in trim jailbird, I'd switch them around. Sometimes, yeah.
You know,
I
it
like
pushes
a
it back
nice,
too much. You want just just a soft opening or a hard opening, how much pressure you want to really apply.
hmm
Yeah.
yeah, I want really soft pressure. Almost
Yeah,
like I'm
yeah.
only closing it just, just that little minute amount. But I do my trimming and actually I'll go through and before I take the plants out of the room, I'll take a pair of scissors, big pair, and anything that doesn't have any trichomes on it gets pulled off by hand. And then I take the big pair of scissors and leaves that have trichomes on them, I cut all the way to that trichome part. And then I'll take the plant out of the room into another room. And then I'll trim it down from there, where I'll take out all those sugar leaves and do that trim. And then
Yeah,
I'll hang dry it.
I like to pluck the big fans too, a little bit prior to harvest. And then a lot of times I'll leave like see if I can see one right. Figured there'd be one right there for me to show you. But I'll leave this the stalk of the leaf, because sometimes like if you pull too hard on that, you risk even pulling a bud side off even sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like here's
I've
one
done
where,
that before.
but if you leave it there for a week or something like that, it'll just come off by itself, and then a lot of times I'll clean those up before I go on camera or something like that. But otherwise, I just leave them kind of hang for a while. Or here's another one that they just fall off when
Well, you brush up against them, you break the stem. Shit happens. It's outdoors. Someday people will realize how really, really important dry back is. And I mean extensive drying backs. Like
these
to the
don't tend to
point
get too dry
where
here.
like every time that, you go to water your plants, they're like drooping over a little bit during flowering.
I mean, look at the fucking the soil here where these hemps that I never water. I mean, this shit's fucking. There's fucking dry as a fucking rock. Well, it's all caked up here from shit that in my fucking well hole or whatever. But yeah, I know it's I'm fucking stoned and I'm gonna trip and fall. I imagine this can't be too fucking wet on top of this little island over here. We did just get a little bit of rain though, so. But then again, everywhere here too that I dig in the soil is just fucking black and amazing looking. Yeah, like see, that's just fucking pretty damn dry, and it rained. We didn't get a whole shitload of rain though, but anything that's in the lower area is fucking like all these down here. They stay wet pretty much. I mean, maybe my compost on the top will get a little hydrophobic at times, but otherwise the ground here is just fucking.
Love for the plant, grease monkey. I've actually got some grease monkey crumble here.
Grew grease monkey, yeah.
I had a grease monkey. I swear this thing was almost pure Afghani. The red hair structure to it and the bud structure to it just said Afghani to me all the way. And then the high hit me and it was like, yeah, that's like a narcotic high.
Yeah, I guess you have to have chunky like that nice structure and some chunky flowers on it. Yeah. I can't remember why so much. It was so long ago. It was one of the first expensive packs of seeds that I've purchased. I was like, what the fuck? $100-something? I'll get it. So did that with 3 packs in a row. Meltdown, Grease Monkey, and Bootylicious. Black Mamba. That's 4. I don't can't count. No, that's the weed still. 1.
That's all seeds.
Seeds. Okay. Jesus Christ. I thought it was flour for some reason.
No, this one's got some flour in it, and it's gonna have some more in it.
Okay, so I was paying attention. See, I was like, I wasn't even paying attention. If it's seeds and it's not flour, then I'm tripping. But no, you have both. So
Yeah, like all that bud's gonna go in there, and then I'll have some piles of leaves and shit.
So,
This is for seed sprout tea, and I'll probably throw a fucking little handful of them on the ground too. But
why not?
but once they pollen up, I like to do this like the pistol and mortar method on them instead of fucking using a blender. I don't know. Feel a little more in touch with it that way, I guess.
You sprout them yourself?
What's that?
You sprout them? Those are seeds that you just found and then you sprouted them
Yeah. Well, so yeah,
in the wild.
or they will sprout. Well, so these were from a buddy of mine had a whole bunch of fucking unknown fucking strains of boof based, fucking what the word I'm looking for, fucking swag bag seed from a swag bag. So I didn't really I chopped a bunch of them down and I brought them here and I fucking fermented a whole shit ton of them. I fermented all the males and then fucking wrung out. I mean, I've got probably another, like this is probably maybe 1.5 gallons of seed. And fucking, I've got probably another 2 gallons.
This way to
there's
measure
probably
seeds.
there was some nice plants out of those too, but I don't know. I took my favorite males and hit up Cheryl with it. So if anything, I'll look through that. But I don't know if anyone wants a handful of free seeds with a big question mark on them. Let me know.
No, it's probably good. Yeah, make some kind of tea out of them.
Otherwise, for this, I just you soak them all the way, and first you want to rinse them off because like seeds will have a coating on them that's like a anti sprouting fucking enzyme or whatever, basically, so they don't just sprout. When they're fucking
yeah, right away.
But you rinse them off for a little bit, and then you fill it up with water, and then I've never actually done it with this many weed seeds before, but I imagine like I've done it with all sorts of like rye seed and alfalfa and shit. But like if you fucking this was just about 24 hours now where I drained it, and I just happened to drain it into which is basically, this is like a ferment basically. But like I fermented so many, like I mean fucking there had to have been fucking at least 5 gallons, 10 gallons worth of seeds that I fermented, pretty much. Like there's still little plants popping up all around.
Measuring seeds by the gallon.
About here.
This
Well,
makes me
the
laugh.
plants. So the plants. So that when I got to this guy's property, and he said he's got all these big tall plants out there, and I fucking a lot of them were, and so in this, they I don't know, the ones that started early or whatever, they were already, just full of seeds. I mean, they had fucking the coals on. A lot of them were like fucking 3 inches thick or whatever, but I filled my truck up completely with a topper on it, fucking in the back. It just had plants like sticking out like 4 feet out of the back of the fucking tailgate. Fucking
Going down the road, seeds going everywhere.
no, I
Every
had it.
bump.
I don't think. Yeah, that's probably
Washboard.
was. There's probably a trail, but I don't know. Like I say, it ferments a lot
Birds
of them.
landing in the street constantly behind the truck.
But yeah, then you rinse it out. Then you fill it up, and then like now I won't. I'll check it in the morning. I won't go another fucking 12 hours.
Yeah.
Or they would probably sprout by then. But like, like I have a lot of surface area on here. Or like if I were to just put those in a jar with just a little, like if you have them in a jar, you want to put the jar on its side, then you get more surface area. But like fucking, I'm guessing by tomorrow, sometime, I don't know, these ones, they might take a little bit longer just because Murphy's Law and whatnot, but fucking, I imagine they'll sprout pretty soon. And then once that radical is just a little tiny fucking, as soon as you see them popping out, a lot of times it'll come in waves too. Like you'll scrape the top off, like maybe inch or so. They'll all be popping out, and then like I'll cover it back up, and then come back, maybe a couple hours later, and then you'll have the little layer.
That's interesting. Maybe the oxygen. I wonder why. Yeah, it's interesting.
The oxygen or the sunlight or whatever the so it sets them off there. And
but even if if they're close to germinating, or some of them haven't quite, they're still good, but.
And then like I could have done a better job rinsing them out. I just strained the water out of there. You can rinse them off and shit, but like I don't know. And this is really really good. Just the water from the when you fucking strain them, that's got a lot of fucking fun stuff in it.
I sometimes wonder about the enzymes that people talk about. Oh, it's got this and that. And if and what can really be absorbed, or it has to get broken down anyway by something, so the plant's really not getting it anyway. And then there's all these different compounds,
and I forget what the ratio is, but I think it's, I don't know, as much water as I have it on hand, and I don't know what I'm trying to say. However many plants I have, that's the ratio.
And you blend. Would you say you blend it, or you use mortar and pestle? Huh?
Yeah, I've used blender before too, but like seeds are pretty fucking hard on them shits. No matter what kind of fucking blenders. Like I had one where I blew the motor out on it like a tabletop blender. So then I just took a fucking like a DeWalt corded drill, and I fucking
that's what I was thinking. Something industrial, like paint mixer
like
kind of thing.
The blades would, they screwed onto the bottom of the pitcher, and there's a little shaft in there. I might have had to like break a piece of plastic or something, but I remember my drill was hooked right onto that fucking the jug, like the container with the handle on it and shit.
Yeah,
it's kind of pretty boss. I wonder if I might even still have that somewhere.
Just something with like a roller press or something, and
like what I do, like so what I did last couple years actually is I took a fucking
or just some press,
like a cattle feeder, like it's a cast iron bowl basically. It's like for a cattle water feeder from a barn, and fucking and a fucking wooden baseball bat, and I just sit there and any type like mortar and pestle type deal. I mean, I imagine the blender's better because you're gonna shred up all the whatever, but then you'll get it'll like a milky white.
Yeah.
Fucking nectar.
Yeah.
God.
With the press, it's like pressing grapes or something, getting oil out or something, some seeds, but I mean, it'd be more liquid than that, and then you can just mix it all back together, but it would at least crack everything and get
Can't wait to
everything
harvest more
out.
grapes now here too, coming up pretty quick.
Ready to-
These ones have been on the vine for like a month now, maybe. And they're
Oh,
actually
wow.
fucking kind of shrinking into little raisins almost.
Yeah, nice.
They're a lot less tart now. Like you can actually fucking
Are they pretty sweet
small handful
or,
of
or
stuff.
just less tart? But they'll see if they get sweet,
Like I guess a lot of people they wait for the first frost. Fucking kind of chills them out.
Or sometimes they'll get the mold on it, that like royal mold or
Not too
what they
bad.
call it.
Oh,
No, it's a good thing
there
though.
probably
It's
is,
it's a bacteria. They call it isn't it what they call it? A royal,
yeah, I guess
they
I'm
make
not
a
sure.
wine from it. I think for ice wine, don't they do that? Like there's naturally that white on grapes is some kind of natural growth on
Zinfandel?
it.
I don't know. These ones are really sour, but I guess I think there's 3 different species of native grapes here. Yeah, I'll never be able to fucking see them with my phone.
That's why.
Right now, but
Yeah, September. Yeah, September. Yeah, it's usually the best time of the year.
yeah, if I can get through these nettles here without getting my ankles all hashed up. Here's the stemma one right here, grapevine. I'm gonna harvest this thing down this winter.
That's pretty huge.
It's fucking it goes.
Is that climbing up a tree also, or?
Yeah, it's going up around. I mean, up several trees.
Yeah.
Like here's the tip of a grapevine right here. I wonder if I can hear anything through it. Nope.
How old do you think that is?
Fuck. Probably 20 years. Maybe more. I'm not sure. I could not tell you. They grow like fucking vines though. Yeah, I walk over
That's
this way. There's
crazy.
a whole.
That's thick.
They can cover a lot of ground when they do take over here.
They're gonna jack in the beanstalk, and
Like here's another pile that I harvested a while back. Yeah, and I harvested 5 gallons worth of grapes off them, and my mom made fucking some kick-ass jelly out of them. And it was weird too, because like fucking here, almost drank this whole bottle of water. That thing's been sitting there for. I think it's probably just because I bet it's not even wet. No, it is maybe still sucking in a little bit, even though it's all the leaves.
Yeah, a lot of grapes on it. Wow, there's a lot of bunches there.
Yeah, and like I say, I took all the easy picking ones off. This one was right here, but it's pretty cool wood, or nice wood too. Like here's the root of the other one here. Yeah. But like I know right back in here, there's a whole shit ton of them. Like it spreads like fucking wildfire when it takes the ground cover. I see all throughout here. It's these. They look like maple leaves almost. Big fat maple leaves.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah,
And
everywhere.
They're hardy as shit too. But these little guys go up and they'll make their way up there and fucking. Somehow they I don't know, they don't quite fucking suffocate. Like they can be on a tree for a while. Like here's a whole bunch of it, like fucking coming out of this. No, not. I thought it was coming out of the stump there, but here, this one makes its way up here. And then there's grapes. dangling, fucking. But then after a while, they fucking they'll kill a tree because they'll just engulf the entire canopy of it. So I'm looking. That's why I chopped those. The only reason I chopped these ones down was because they were blocking my fucking solar light. Don't charge me anything to use that thing either. My connection die again?
No, you're good.
No,
Here's my fucking fake wasp nest. I was getting fucking sick of the wasps. Like this time of the year, they fucking all the big ones like they don't get fed as much and shit. So they start fucking scavenging for shit. We've got. I figured there would have been more in there. There's only a dozen in here. Take fucking pop bottle and make a little traps for them. And then in this one, I got. All I had was I didn't have any diatomaceous earth, but I like using that shit for everything. But I just put borax in there and that other one with some Coca-Cola, thinking that maybe they would just it's not gonna they're not gonna like it, and they'll bring it back to their shit. There's a bunch of dead ones sitting in there too. But I think, I mean, the only reason I made those traps is because I want to find the damn the nest before they start to get a little fucking, because they'll get crazy, or they get more turned to little dicks. But they live in this little fucking pinprick holes in the ground where, you know, like you can be on them and not know about it. But if you wait till dusk and you get between them and this, or you got to get so you're looking into the sun and they're in between you and the sun, is the only way that you can act like because they move so fast. Like try watching a bee take off and see where it goes, you know, like, or a wasp thing, you know. And but if you get between them and the sun, you can like see their shadow, or like you can take like baby powder or fucking and pimp slap them pretty much with some baby powder, and then like a lot of times they'll flop around on the ground and like flap their wings until they can just barely, they'll get up fucking really slow, and then they go straight home. And that a lot of times that's how you can follow them home. Or you just take those little traps that like I made, and you just watch which direction they come and go from, and then you just kind of keep putting your little fucking traps that direction. And then when you find them, you can you want to get them at night, like when they're all in the hive, or like in the really early morning before they get warmed up, and fucking like I've gone through cans and cans and cans of Raid and shit, or like, you know, shit made for fucking wasp nests, like, you know, or the sure shot shit that goes like 25 feet, and fucking they always, I don't know, never, like, it doesn't work as good as just taking diatomaceous earth and just fucking throwing that shit in there like a motherfucker.
Do they damage the plants?
Huh?
Do they damage the plants?
No, they actually eat aphids and shit. I mean, they're not but
Yeah.
I got plenty of ladybugs for that too, so.
Didn't get a spider once. It's pretty cool. But I would think, yeah, I think, you know, if you step on them accidentally, that'd be pretty bad. But otherwise, I just try to avoid bees and wasps.
I stepped on one, got me in the ankle fucking like a couple hours ago. But like I say, during this
Oh,
time
really?
of year, though, they
Yeah, so
start to get aggressive, and they're
yeah,
just,
yeah, around here too. Yeah, yeah. They're
know,
like gathering extra food or something for the winter.
all
I'm
the
thinking, yeah.
pollinator bees, those are, all the fuzzy guys, they're fine. But
Yeah, they're definitely
I-
more active
I've
though.
taken, hypothetically gallons gas of fucking diesel fluid and shit, and fucking, I've gotten pretty fed up with some pretty big hives before.
But if you piss them off and you don't get them, then they might
God,
remember you.
I hit one with a skid loader. Fucking out. I was out in the field doing some shit, and I was filling in an old sand pit, and fucking I hit one spot. All of a sudden, it was just like, and it didn't have a front door on it either. But luckily, I fucking thing had to fucking get up and go, so I got up and went really quick. But it's amazing how many of them fuckers are in one of them hives.
Yeah, I saw one get a spider. I was just hanging on a chair and I saw it sting a spider, and the spider was trying to get into this crack, and the wasp was trying to get in it, but the spider was just able to get further and further in the crack until, like, I guess, eventually, because it was stung, it couldn't move, and the wasp eventually was able to drag it out. It was only like a few feet away from its hole and dragged it into its hole. Went in the hole in the ground with a spider, predatory wasp, like skinny, slender, and long and black.
And we've got ones here that we got bald-faced hornets too. They're like these fucking little fucking assault weapons on fucking wings. They're like a wasp, but they're like fucking, I don't know, they're like 2 inches long or something like that, maybe a big one. And they're white and black and just gnarly looking. And apparently they're kind of like crows or whatever, where they remember faces and they'll hold grudges and shit.
Yeah, that's freaky. Yeah, they do that.
And like for the past month, I've been able to just, normally when they kind of, when they come by you, you can just lightly, brush them away with your hand.
Yeah, no, I do it slowly anyway. Yeah, in a non-aggressive way.
They
respond. They go like, "Oh yeah, okay, you're there. You're alive. I'll get out."
I mean, if they land on it, you're kind of fuck. You got to brush them off quick, fucking. But they're dumb. They just don't know that you're a fucking threat.
Yeah, but accidents happen, like especially around food. I hate that when they bother you when they're trying to get your food. Because then I'm always worried to accidentally swap, bite one.
Oh yeah,
you're lifting up your food to take a bite, and it lands by your fork or on your fork.
Well, when you're outside and you got like a pop can, man, I did that one time.
Yeah, that too. Yep.
I swish that pop can around because before I take a drink and wait for bee to come out, because I had one come out one time. It didn't sting me, but man, that was
it'll pucker you up.
Yeah.
Man, get stung on the tongue, man, you'd have girls all over you. Come here, boy.
I think there's a couple of deer right where I was walking the woods a second ago. Those eyes are bigger, they look like a lot wider than two of them. There's 2 baby deer, it looks like, I bet.
I wonder where my cat is today.
Coyotes? What the fuck is that?
This looks black here.
Scoping me out like a motherfucker.
You don't see anything.
What the hell?
I'm waiting for the next litter of kittens to be had here in Thailand. I'm gonna go get myself. I think I'm gonna get myself 2 cats so they can have time with each other and play together. I'm gone too much of the day for one cat.
Do they have good Siamese cats there, like a local breeds or anything exotic like that?
Well,
Siamese.
It's funny, some have like a nub of a tail that's like, just the first knuckle of your thumb. And then they'll have like 3 or 4 cartilage tails. And then they'll have full tail cats here. So they've got 3 different types of cats as far as the tails go. And then they have everything from calicos to straight white to straight black. And you can always tell a cat if it's an outdoor cat because its coat will actually be like bleached. It'll be a faded out color. During the winter time, my cat would spend more time indoors and it would get dark, a dark orange right around the end of October for Halloween.
Wow,
But during like
baby deer,
June,
about 15, no, 25.
it was like a yellow almost
No,
because
wait,
of the sun
Cat.
bleach in it.
Are you, because like even with dogs, like, when a dog has like a no tail or one knuckle or even a small, they do that to dogs when they're puppies, just like they sew their ears up and a whole bunch of.
No,
These are cats
these are
born this way?
Minks.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
I used to
Do they
have
have
one.
That'd be
They have
cool.
a 5th toe too. That almost looks like a thumb.
Not that I've seen. The cat that I had only had a half of a tail.
Oh. Yeah, because like there's minks or whatever that are like they have a fatter foot and they fucking will have a little stub tail. My uncle used to have one that was like, thing was like a fucking brawler. It was a big beefy cat.
But if I wanted to spend like 5,000 baht on a cat here, I could get like some really nice pedigree cats that, yeah.
I just saw something on
There's some really beautiful cats here. But I need a buddy. I need 2 of them. I just lost one of my best ones. And it wasn't a cat.
falling in love with those geckos again. You got names for any of them?
Nope. Except for one. No tail.
Well, that's not that original. That's not that creative.
He keeps on losing his tail. Every time he grows it back, he loses it. He's got like 3 little nubs on the end now, where new tails have grown back. And where he sits is where I stand and stare at when I'm going to the bathroom, so I always see him. He'll probably be dead here soon when it gets cold out. A lot of them die off. Or they just live in my ceiling. When the big 2Ks are living in my ceiling, man, and they come home in the morning at like 6:30, 7 a.m. and they're scraping across the metal going across my ceiling. Man. Whoops. But I do enjoy living here. I have gotten very, very tolerable to bugs. I've just kind of understood that here, there's nothing I can do to really keep them completely out of my living area. And it's not bad because when people come over, they don't say anything about it because they have the same problem at their house.
You gotta get that alien guy from the Men in Black. The one who's his head's always like going crooked and shit. I don't know. I just saw up like 10 minutes worth of Men in Black yesterday. So.
Yeah, I lost my Netflix account too. My friend was letting me use her Netflix account. Now I actually have to find someone else to help me out.
Pirate Bay.
Yeah.
I haven't kicked it around the bay for a long time.
I don't know any of those sites or anything like that. I don't watch that much TV, but every once in a while, I don't mind sitting down and like vegging out to a series of something just to take my mind completely away from everything.
Them little baby deer are still sitting there staring at me now. I bet they're
Cool.
laying down. But there's 3 of them that are traveling with each other. They all look like they're fucking just tired of shit, limping around and shit. But one of
Well,
them's
it's late at night. Maybe they ran into a fence.
No, they've just been doing a lot of fucking trekking back and forth. They're around here usually. But one of their parents has maybe got hit or something. I don't know. They're like they picked up the little one must be an orphan because I haven't seen him. I know the other 2 are siblings.
Huh.
And they must have either their mom abandoned them or they fucking left them, or they're fucking or fucking Bambi scenario or whatever. But
They have 2 babies usually too.
they sleep in these woods and they eat the
that's-
apple, sleep under. Otherwise, they're sleeping under the apple trees.
I
That
got
type
nice new
of deer that gives us two offspring. That's the way it is over here. They have 2 offspring. So
Yep.
you usually see them in 3, like just the mother
And it might have just been a
babies.
really small mom that's with the other 2, but like right now, like you can't see it, right? I'm sure with this unless you got really big ass TV, but I can see just one eye where it's kind of funny when you see them, they'll like you can see the expressions on their faces almost just by their eyes because they'll kind of like they'll peek at you and shit, or they'll like have their eyes almost closed and fucking.
So when
right,
they
I'm
put
signing
in,
off. I'm burnt out. I'll see you guys. Safety meeting tomorrow.
all right,
Have
See
a
ya.
good night.
Have a good one.
Nighty.
Good night.
so we're looking at my apron here, and this is where they came in, and it was all dirt here. So when they put the drainage in, they made it higher and then put all the dirt in front of the houses. But my landlord came in and dug down probably about 2.5 inches and hit the main water line underneath here. So I have little air bubbles coming up where the water is now, because to fix it, all they did was like wrap 2 like big rubber bands, really wide rubber bands, like 4 inches around this pipe and buried it again. But it was only like 2 to 3 inches down. And then they just put concrete over it thinking, oh, that'd be fine. You know, some dirt and throw concrete to hold the dirt down. Everything would be okay. But I got a little pond now. And you can see that
That sounds
cement
really
has just broken up. Well, they poured this not even a year ago because my driveway was flooding. I asked them to come in and just hit it with a power washer and clean it up and make a little bit more of a drain for over here. Well, they came in one day and they start putting down gravel and cement or sand here. And they start mixing the cement and putting cement down. So I've got a little waterway that goes all the way around, but this here, it's already cracked. And I told them that it wasn't going to work. And I told them what was going to happen. You can see the separation here. That whole line is separated. And it's just flaking up. And it's not even been a year. There's cracks all over it, but I'm still getting water into my carport.
Do they have lines in that, or it's not like one solid slab, is it?
No, there's two slabs. There's the original slab, which is this one here, and then the one that they put in last year.
But do they put any lines in that at all, or like
It looks like they're. I was kind of looking at that. It looks like they're straight.
No, it's just a flat pour. A flat. He took a 2x4 and just pulled it across. That's all he did to it.
Where's my Ed? I've got a fucking line all right here.
So yeah, welcome to Thailand. I told him it wasn't going to work. I told him just to build a little thing here to keep the water that way and to keep it going into the front yard, but they wouldn't put a little bump right there. That's all they had to do. And I still want this power washed, and I'll pay for it to be done because I want all the walls power washed. I want it to look really nice because all this comes up when the rainy season stops. Then I can take this all up. I scraped it not too long ago, but I got to scrape that all up again. Get it looking nice because I'm going to be here for another 2 to 3 years. And hopefully I'll be able to get this pineapple field and put my greenhouse here. And over here, I'm going to have outdoor plants with just shade cloth over them. And it's going to be probably that side's going to be all CBD and 1-to-1s, stuff like that, where I can keep under like 50 baht a gram. And then this is going to be a little bit better, but it's going to go for medical. And I'm going to be the first shop in Chiang Rai to open up and offer a discount for medical patients, whether it's an American medical card or a Thai one. If you have a Thai one, you'll just get a bigger discount because you're Thai. You're in Thailand. Why not?
Yeah. Love
but, you know, American, I'll still give you 10-15% off, and my prices are going to be the best in town because I've already discussed it with other people. I want to keep the prices under 300 baht a gram for top shelf. I want to try to keep most of it between 150 and 200 baht a gram if we can.
And grow it in that pineapple field.
Well,
Is
grow
what
it in
you're saying.
pineapple field, let
Yeah,
everybody grow
yeah.
it. But, you know, that's what the price
Pineapple's
should
like
be
Mundo.
here in Thailand,
Yeah.
you know? And that's the whole thing that kind of goes back to that sell through. And if you're not pricing the weed, you know, where the guy can actually go home with half of his paycheck and get a gram of indoor weed or good greenhouse and still
Yeah.
have half of his paycheck left, you know, that's affordable. It being, you know, 1 day or 2 days paycheck for a gram of weed, you know, only tourists can buy that. And there's
So
not
how
enough
much did you say?
tourists.
How much would it have to be a gram? Did you say?
I don't have a problem with
47,000.
150 to 200 baht, which
So
would
about
be,
three,
you know,
four,
$4 to $5,
five.
$6 a gram.
Yeah.
You can
$4
still
and 10
here in
cents.
Thailand, you can
100
make
an
money
ounce.
on
Yeah,
that
so that's still workable. Yeah, that's still
because
decent
even
price.
our electricity is subsidized by
Yeah,
the government.
definitely without all that extra hassle to, like, you know, same metric and testing.
Yeah.
Packing,
Well,
so
see, that is a problem here.
that's good. That
Just
can
like
work.
Michigan's rec department, Michigan's medical cannabis has to be tested and can be rejected and is rejected. Now, what they do is they bring it back into the facility, and then they send it out to the rec facilities if it's failed for medical. Here in Thailand, there's only like 4 or 5 places outside of a university running a specific test for you. There's only like 4 or 5 places, and they want $150 for a THC CBD test.
That's what they want me
Yeah.
down
$150.
here.
That'd be a good place for one of these inexpensive, you know, kind of more
One
something
of them
that's
purple
closer
machines.
to an at-home.
It-
Yeah.
They have a machine that they're really pushing here.
But that's
And
really something
actually,
because you don't
I'll
need to have
post
that,
it up
right?
on I'll post it up on my IG page. But
Oh
it's
yeah, some
like
of the
a
places use
at
that.
home. It's an at home THC tester little
Here, I'll share
machine.
one right in a second here.
Do any dispensaries use it? Because they don't have to actually test anything, right? But I can see it being a selling
No.
point. And
When you walk in and they have their little card with the name on it and the THC number, they took that out of the seed catalog that they're using the seeds from, or they took it off of a website that said it was this much.
right, some dispensary in America had it for that
You know,
percentage. So
or
yeah, it must be the same percentage. They call it
it
the
was,
same strain, so
yeah.
it must
It
be the
was
same
pictured
percentage.
in High Times, and this is what the percentage of THC is. Well, maybe for that strain, but not for that plant or that set of seeds that
Yeah.
plant came from. It may be sour diesel, but sour diesel is a back cross. So, you know, which way did you go with it? Because you never got it back to 100%. So
So they can
everyone's
really
going to be
afford
different.
100 baht a
Pardon
gram.
me?
They can really afford 100 baht a gram. That still
Actually,
seems like a lot, actually.
it actually, I was just about to say they're more often to buy 5 grams for 100 baht. You know, some of the richer kids, the kids that come from families that have a little bit of money, because I do see them in these clubs and they come in and they'll buy like a gram a day. And I'm trying to get them to not totally pack the bong and hold a flame to it and suck it all the way through, but only pack it halfway, touch the flame to it, fill the bong up with smoke, and then exhale, and then pull the bong slide and clear it. They're sucking it all the way through here. And, you know, they're leaving the bong full of smoke and they're coughing their head off because they're trying to clear a whole bong packed, a whole, you know, a full bong load packed. And they just hold the butane lighter to it until they suck it through.
I bet they drool in that fucking thing too, don't they?
Oh yeah, they do. And they all have like garbage cans around them. They all have garbage cans around them so they can spit in.
It's usually an actual bamboo bong.
No, they're using glass ones.
They're using glass. Okay.
Yeah, but the glass is dirty as fuck. The water's dirty as fuck. Shit's literally green bud is floating
It's
in
almost
the
worse.
water.
The bong's better. You can't see.
Oh my God. You know, it's like, hey, you know, change the water every hour. You're smoking like 20, 30 bongs through it in an hour and you're sucking it through. But now
they're using glass.
But well, no, it's cheap as shit. It's easy to clean.
Throw some dirt in there.
Yeah.
The bamboo will grow a mold on the inside of it from the water if you don't dry it out completely.
And they use glass bowls also? It's a glass bowl?
Not really. No, not a lot of, you see some glass
or
bowls,
ceramic,
but not a lot. Wood, bamboo, little bamboo bowls. Those are kind of cool. But no.
Doesn't sound as good, really.
A lot of them just roll with tobacco. A lot of them roll with tobacco and smoke with tobacco, which I'm trying to get them to stop. But if I can get them to stop packing the bong full and just doing enough for, you know, a full tube of smoke and getting them to remove that slide and inhale that smoke that way, I've gotten a couple people over the past few days to understand that they don't cough as much or as
sneak
hard.
In there and shorten their bongs when they're not looking.
No, just grab the fucking lighter away and pull the slide for them. But I am converting a few of them. And the one even made a comment that he noticed that he didn't smoke as much cannabis. And he got even higher because instead of taking one hit and coughing for like 5 minutes, he was able to take 2 hits over the course of like 20, 25 minutes.
My buddy's sister used to have this fucking badass. It was like a mag light, like a big 3-foot mag light bong. But the bowl on it was like fucking. It was machined where it had one stem going down into the bong, but it was there was 5 fucking whole bowls drilled out. Like they were like maybe a little bit bigger than your like a 1 size bowl. And they were on a slide, so you could slide, you know, you could pack 5 of them, and then you just slide it over and hit the one fucking.
Yeah.
Each bowl was like
a revolver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those. The guy that made the Star Wars mugs back in 1977, 78, his name was Rump. And he made these other mugs starting in 1971, and they ran to like 1980 some. And he did like a John Wayne, he did a Laurel and Hardy, but he would do like a mug and you'd look down in the center of it and there'd be like a frog looking up at you or a
I've got
frog
one of those. I've
looking
got
up
one that's
at
got a. I've got a mug that's got a
like an
seal in it.
outhouse. Okay, a seal.
Yep.
It's a box with a seal in it. Is
No,
what
it's a,
it
it's a
is.
mug. It's a mine is.
Yeah,
It's
but it looks
mug.
like a seal in a box though, instead of just a round mug.
No, in mine it's like
It's square. It's
Nope.
square, not
oh,
round.
okay. I'm talking about a different one, but I wonder if I can find it right away.
But
mine's got like a little.
the guy's name's Rump, and he did all these mugs, and they're like a teal blue inside glaze with a brownish and a white glaze on the outside. Now they go for about $25 to $30 on the average. The John Wayne goes for like 100, 100 and a quarter. The Star Wars ones, the original ones, are like 150 to 200 plus dollars. But he made bongs and he made pipes too. The bongs were like the wizard that was holding the crystal ball from the 70s, and dragons that were just ceramic. He did those, but then he
the
did
caterpillar
like,
from Alice in Wonderland with the fucking.
he literally did like 80 some of these pipes, because there's actually, I've seen a display rack for them where they all sit on from this series. Man, I have only found like 2 of those pipes in my life, and I have paid $75 and $85 a piece for them. They are almost impossible. The bongs, those at one time were bringing like $100, $125 a piece.
What's his name?
And they were made in like 1978. Yeah, Rump.
RUMP?
RUMP. I want to say H. Rump. PH. But he did the original Star Wars mugs back in the 70s. And that made him a little bit more famous. But yeah, if you're out at flea markets or garage sales and you find some of these mugs and they're only like $5, $10 a piece, man, pick them up. They're cool to look at. They got shit on the inside. You know, there's stuff written on them, written on the inside of them. You know, they're just really cool to have. I had a really nice collection of them until the state of Illinois decided to liberate that from me, along with my silver Silvernair spoons that were all pre-1900.
There you go, $80. Girl.
Yeah. I remember when that used to be like $150 to $200. Obi-Wan, Darth Vader.
It's Fump. I think it's with the F. Fump.
No, it's an R.
Oh, yep. I just read it wrong. My fucking screen is cracked.
I can even tell you the different colored blues on the inside as far as what firing they were, because there were 3 different colored blues used. I got heavy into it. I had probably close to, I had duplicates and triplicates because I would buy them at $5 and $10 a piece, because I'm not going to leave a $20 bill there.
100 studio pottery mugs.
Yeah, well, I had probably close to like 200 of those. All the different firings. I would collect one of each of the different firing even.
You got a bunch of goblets
But
too.
hand blown goblets.
Well,
Because
hand filled.
I'm really into those.
Are you talking glass now? Did you say hand blown?
Yeah, the soft glass.
I don't.
Nice soft glass blown goblets and wine glasses. I'm really into collecting.
I've got a lot of like, I don't know, like would you probably call them like footed glasses or whatever, maybe? Like old.
I got like old wine
Anchor
cordial
hocking ones and shit.
glasses that my friends have made off of a torch. I have like 5 or 6 different, and each one's made by a different blower, but at the same festival. Because I wanted a set of 6 of them, so I got one from each.
If anyone knows,
And those anchor hocking and Viking glass mushrooms, yeah, I want those too. Those are cool as shit. I want to like fill a total room full of them and have like little shelves on the walls and put lights in them.
I just sold a shit ton of fucking Viking shit. Like I used to have a whole bunch of what are they called? They're the glass candle holders, the fairy lamp. Fairy lamps, or like, or they call them or just like a votive or whatever. But like, I had a whole bunch of the red.
How much did you get of those? Get on those?
I'd have to look at my Facebook sales.
Because I remember when my grandma and me went to the glass factory and we were buying those, the red ones, the red and orange colored ones. And then the one I really liked was like an opalescent kind of a whitish blue to it. And I think they were like 50 cents a piece or 45 cents a piece at the factory. Wow. That was like the last time me and Grandma went on a trip to West Virginia. That was like 1984. But yeah, if anybody's got any of those mugs or any of those mushrooms, glass mushrooms, yeah, I'm all about that. Hit me up. I want to try to build back what the police stole from me. I just don't have, well, I don't have eBay at my fingertips anymore. And eBay charges so much anymore to put anything on there, it's hardly even worth it. You sell a $10 item that you have $5 into, and you make $2, $3 after shipping and listing.
And like, here's this is a Viking what do they call it, an orb ashtray, looking in black.
Yeah, those are cool.
They actually come in a set with one of them is a lighter. They have like 3 different size orb ashtrays, and then they come in a whole bunch of different colors and shit too. But
mine was green.
Or like, here's
dark green.
We've got a bunch of sets of shit like this. Like these are anchor hocking. They're just a footed glass. I think I got a dozen of these. But I've got a whole bunch of different fucking styles of shit like that.
We're froze. Hello.
I can hear
I'm
you.
the only.
No, I
Okay,
can hear
cool.
you.
I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, there
I
goes
thought it was
Ryan.
froze.
I
Yeah,
guess so,
Ryan's
yeah.
up. Yeah, there we go.
Hope you can.
Now
show
we
you
can
the
hear you.
for just a second. I mean, I can start going through some of these.
The
I've got a,
Ryan garage sale hour.
got a lot of
Hey,
pots.
that's cool.
Yeah, that is.
I like that. I like the blue colors in that.
And a lot of like wall hanging pockets. If anyone knows that mark, I will give them like $100. Probably can't.
Yeah, we'd have to see
I've
a
got,
little better.
it's like an X in a square almost, but it's not quite an X. It's a lost center. I think that it's a bunch of nuns that do it, but I've got a whole bunch.
Okay.
Well, that's for hanging on the wall for like a flower pot. For water.
That one, yeah, that one, yeah.
Cut flowers or dried
Or like-
flowers.
I've seen stuff like that before where out
That
west
shit tons of
and
bases.
especially like Minnesota where it's cold that they would do stuff like that to help raise money for themselves or the monastery.
I mean, you know, some art glass too. That this is. It might be Fenton. I think it's Fenton, but I haven't got it fucking. Otherwise, it's just some weird company fucking. I don't know.
Do you have any of the cool 50s, 60s art glass like the ashtrays and the diacrylic stuff? Like any of the birds or anything like that? The cats or dogs?
No, I did have a shit ton of like carved wooden birds. I still do.
These are glass ones that they did.
No, it's
You
mainly
gotta
just
be
a lot of different
careful.
studio pot. Like
You gotta be careful with that. There's a lot of Chinese glass.
Oh yeah, no, I know my Murano and shit.
Well, I'm just
one of
warning
my favorite
people out
ashtrays
there
is
that don't know it, that be careful because a lot of the stuff that could be Murano or looks like it, and you could take it for being Murano in the 80s, today you can't because they're faking them almost the same as they did back then.
Blanco Amoeba ashtray.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that.
That one is not for sale. I do have several other Blanco Amoeba ashtrays though. I got a blue one that's like a kidney shape. I've got a clear one, a kidney shape. And I've got one more too.
I'll trade you some of the big Blanco vases and bottles. The ones that are like 1.5 feet, 2 feet tall. I've got some of those. So we can trade Blanco for Blanco.
I know I've got one right within hand reach of me. A nice 2 foot fucking red thick motherfucker.
Yeah, I've got a red one. I've got green ones, orange ones.
Yeah,
see, I was buying all the, and it's a thin glass too. It's not a really thick glass like you would think.
No,
think, it's this big piece that's going to be really thick, and it's like, 1/4 inch, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, the one I've got has got to be bordering on 1/2 inch, maybe. I don't know, but I've got a lot of old Japanese, fucking studio pottery or shit like this fucking.
That's cool too. I like that. I like vases.
Yeah, I got
bowls.
Got a lot of vases, a lot of bowls. There's another pretty nice looking. And then, you know, like
But yeah,
almost
any
everything
like
that I have
hand
too is,
blown wine glasses and shit like
I mean,
that. Yeah, I'm a sucker for that.
I've got piles and piles and piles of it in here that I was fucking gotta go through, and it's all maker made too. None of this is it was a very well, other than what like I was just talking, like my glass, like the all the Viking and shit. All none of these are factory, or you know, they're all fucking. They've all got a signature and a fucking a stamp.
So the next time I come home, I'll have to come up to Michigan to go shopping at your house.
Minnesota, but
Minnesota, you can help me rebuild my collection.
yeah, it's a mess, and I've got a whole bunch of like, you know, Unomis and bowls and shit. And look at the foot on that thing, and then like
What?
a lot of things like this or these two things I just touched here that are like have a big Japanese influence to them with their wabi sabi, or like this one has a gangster lean to it. Fucking, it only the only way that it'll fit on all 3 feet is if you like you know how you can take like a chair and you know get it to balance, you know, on 2 feet, but like some of them are the balance is like so centered where you gotta like sit there and touch it, you know, it'll only stay there for just a second, kind of. That's how that thing sits on its feet. And then if you try to pour it with your left hand, it'll fucking kind of like one of those
spill out on you.
Yeah, yep. Like one
it's
of those
a puzzle jug.
Yeah, it's like those greed jugs or whatever they call them in fucking
yeah, they're called puzzle jugs.
Pythagorean jug.
You gotta pour forward and then pour back to actually pour a cup of like tea.
Or I've got a whole lot of Deneen pottery. They're a company based out of Minnesota. They're the biggest pottery company, kind of.
Like, I know Red Wing.
Yeah, I've got Red. That's
Red Wing did some sports items too from the 60s.
I've got a pretty sweet Red Wing ashtray.
Yeah.
Or like I actually had
ashtrays.
I had a crock with one of the 20-gallon crocks that when I got it from a barn or a farmstead that I was fucking cleaning out or whatever, and it was in like 7 pieces, and I glued it back together. It was like you get it moist, and I used fucking masonry adhesive and put all the pieces back together, and then like every fucking 10 minutes or 50, like whatever, every little bit of time I would walk up to it and like I'd get my finger wet, and then I without looking at it, you just glide your finger over the crack, and you can like always feel which one is, you know, fucking the lip or whatever, which one is higher, and you just tap that one with your mallet, and then fucking look away and just rub until you can't feel the crack anymore. And like for the whole day, I kept doing that on that thing, and then I made a badass lid off it. Like the crock itself, like it would be like $200 if it was no cracks on it. But even you know, fixed back together, if you can't even see the cracks on it, it's still only worth like maybe $50 maybe. But I sold I made a sweet lid for it that I fucking and like I had
and that's why you sold it, is because you made a lid for it. If you didn't make that lid for it, you'd probably still have it. But well, you made it useful.
I made I think I sold it for like $500 or something like that. The lid was pretty sweet. I'll fucking find a picture of it, I think, here.
Yeah, my mom used to keep like the bills in one, like a butter churn. She would keep the paid bills in it.
There's a lot of them at the antique stores and shit around here, but everyone wants an arm and a leg for them too. But
the old peanut jars and shit like that. My mom used to have flour and sugar and
I've got an
snacks in
I've
on the
got an
counter.
American Beast cookie jar from the 20s that I'd sell you for fucking $100. That'd be worth more than that.
Send me a picture of it. Does it have a lid? That's the most important part.
Yeah.
Because I bought jars just for the lids. Planters Peanuts had a matching lid that they did to a later jar, but it was the same lid as they used in the previous jars that were like $1,000 a piece.
Yeah, the
And
one
you're getting like 250, 300 for the lid.
these ones, I guess there's like 7 different versions of the one that I have, and they're all a little bit different. Fucking
Malted milk containers too, either the glass or metal ones. My mom's probably still got like 30 or 40 of them. I've shown them on the show before.
I used to
And
have
I've been at the house.
about 30 or 40 of those cream containers. You know, like the steel
little ones.
No, they're like,
Oh, the
I don't know,
steel
like,
metal ones. Okay.
yeah, with a lid on them, with the handle on the lid or whatever. I've got one like 20 feet away from me right now, but I'm not good looking.
Yeah. My mom used to collect the little creamers that you would go to the diner, and the diner back in the 30s, 40s, 50s would have like a dairy, and the dairy would have their name on a little cream container that was probably like an ounce. And they'd come and they'd set that on your table or on the countertop at the diner for your coffee. My mom collected those. Some of those went from like $5 all the way up to like 150, 200.
My latest my latest kind of fucking, because like I do flip some of it too, but I mean, like
I tell myself that I'm buying it to flip it, or I can flip this later if I need to, but I don't and sell them if I don't have to.
Well, you can't buy everything and keep everything. So buy the stuff that you can make money on, flip it, and buy the stuff you want to keep. That's what I do.
I only buy things that I like too. I got some
Well,
things
yeah,
kind of really
then
stretch
you're
that
always
line
happy.
farther, so I know it's worth a little bit, but
believe me, I've got boxes of items that I knew was a lot more than what I paid for. The only problem is that I still have those boxes. I got rid of a lot. I figured it would have cost me, if I would have went home today, it would have cost me like, for the 6 years, almost 7 years here, it would have cost me probably close to $12,000 to $13,000 in storage fees. But I figured the sports cards that I had probably went up by like 60,000 over what I sold them for. Whoops. Who knew COVID would do that to sports cards, and especially graded ones? And unopened packs and boxes that I had that were graded and sealed. But hey, I got my money out of it. It allowed me to move to Thailand.
here's one of my favorite pieces. It's fucking it looks like 2 penguins that are dancing, and they're actually like a bride and groom, because they're because he's wearing a tux and she's wearing a dress, kind of, but there's also like a little miniature bouquet of roses that are flowers that go with it, and there's a little leather pad that they sit on, but it's actually and I caught it right away for somehow, but it's like a Picasso, You know how his paintings, how it'll they kind of look in on themselves is how I see it. Where like one eye looks in the face or whatever. Like if
Yeah.
you look at it, that's one eye, this is another eye, and this is a mouth. It's a bald guy with fucking like that's a little tuft of hair on either side of his head. It's one guy. It's one face. Fucking it's probably hard to pick up or to catch the effect of
No,
it.
I can see it. I can see the two different animals and the way that they come together, they make a face.
Yeah.
The eyes that you say are looking in each other are actually the eyes looking out from the face that they make.
If you look at it from like this point of view, they're like they look like fucking set of tit. And floppy danglers there. I've got a whole bunch of like carved wooden birds of different. I had a whole lot of them, but this piece of shit named John Vanderveer that I used to fucking work for stole like $1,000 worth of them, and he stole like half of my plants. The fucker. Fucking.
My friend that passed away, I furnished her house. She's got a good portion of my glass collection. She's got the first time the Doors ever played in San Francisco. They opened up for the Grateful Dead. Or it was the first concert after the Whiskey a Go-Go burnt down in 1967. And they played in San Francisco and opened up for the Dead. There's that there. There's some other prints and paintings.
I've got quite a few paintings too.
I don't have too many, but you know, I've got like a Richard Biffle who did a lot of the concert artwork for like Warren Haynes and the Grateful Dead.
A lot of mine are like fucking like
oil and canvas.
Yeah, this one has got a fucking just right next to me here. This one's got a broken piece of glass, but you know, it's ducks on. My fucking camera's not even on, so yeah.
I've got a mission oak, big mission oak frame, and it's got slats down the front of it, and it's got this big picture of a sepia-tone tiger inside of a cage. It was probably made in 1914, 1915.
A lot of mine
things like 4 feet long.
Like Ducks Unlimited ones, or like fucking.
Those are actually collectible. They're like 35 and up.
I got some that are worth several $100.
35 and up. Yeah.
Well, no, like I've got like some. What's her name? Something.
As long as it's got Ducks Unlimited, that's all that matters. That name there sells it, no matter if it's Jim Beam bottles or what.
The first pheasant ones that they had, some mallets. I've got some mallet paint ones that are like worth, I don't know, it's like $600-700 or something like that. Like I would never get them unless like I were fucking try to eBay it. But that's what the sold.
Yeah.
Recent, it's what they're worth at. You know, they're listed and shit. And fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, I put like those on eBay, and I put them on like right after Thanksgiving, that first week of December, so you can ship it to the people and get it before Christmas. There's only like 2 months, 3 months out of the year that you want to sell on eBay. The rest you want to buy.
I don't have an account on there right now actually, but I used to sell a lot of tractor parts. That's where I got my fucking where I got the bug pretty much. Like I've always
got mine back.
Gone to garage sales and shit, you know.
But they wouldn't let me have my star rating back They took me to like a 250 star rating. And I had like 18,000 feedback.
I don't know. I can't remember I mean, I had a good rating and everything, but I got fucked over for a goddamn a farm oil fuel injection pump. Fucking, that was worth fucking good little chunk of change, even though it needs to be rebuilt a little bit. But it was I can't.
Well, how'd you get screwed if it's an auction?
No, it was because it got fucking it got lost at the airport supposedly in Atlanta. Fucking they say that
Well, that's why you
and
have people insured.
Yep, I didn't. Well, we only insured up to the $100 or whatever it was, because fucking nothing ever gets fucking lost in the mail, right? But no, they fucking because it was a heavy thing, and I'm sure some fucking dipshit at the thing dropped it on his toe or something like that, and fucking got pissed off or whatever happened to it. But or they knew what it was worth. But no, that kind of fucking. And I don't think
and you got to give that money back. If you didn't insure, or the person that bought it, if they didn't insure it, it's on them. Now, if you put in there that you're going to put insurance on it, then you have to pay them back all the money.
I got to think about what happened. I think eBay refunded them, right or not right away, but after it was fucking. It was evident that they weren't gonna fucking find the damn thing. That just that sucked. I remember I spent like fucking a week on hold on the phone, and they're on that and on the phone with the fucking some claims officer motherfuckers, and I don't know, just
I don't know. I've always had good luck with shipping out, and I've always
sold a lot of
really good. And
I've sold a lot of fucking.
I think I've only had like 2 items that never showed up, but the people took the insurance on it, so they got paid more than what they paid for the item.
I did a lot of crappy parts, and
I said, yeah, that's what it's worth. They insured it for $500. They bought it off at eBay for $200, but to replace it would cost them $500. They paid for the insurance. That's all that matters.
I've gotten scammed with the lamp once too, and the thing is it's like from one of the big, like there's certain there's these like I like the hanging swag lamps, they call them. Like I make them,
and it came like 2 or 3 inches tall, like a miniature. And you thought it was a big one?
No, it was how did it work? No, I sent it to him.
Size.
No, so it was so what I do too is I'll take a regular table lamp with the globe in them. A lot of times they'll have a third clicker switch, then it'll be like a light inside the globe too. But I'll swag out those lamps, fucking, and I'll put, there's like the parts that go for the most are the fucking the holders for the top and the bottom. They have the little set screws in them. I forget what they call them technically. But
you can buy all that brass work brand new. It's cheap as shit. It's all repop.
Yeah, but the old ones they're not fucking. Yeah, like a pair of like,
people don't care anymore. They want a light that they can turn a switch on and the light comes on. That's all they care about.
That's what I would do that too. But like fucking I would actually I'll probably find a couple pictures over here. But like I would swag them out where I would take this regular table lamp and put the chain on it and everything, and fucking find fitters for it. Or have fitters for it. That was how it would work.
What are fitters?
The fitters are the they go onto the top and the bottom of your globe, of the glass thing, and they'll have like a set screws in them. And
Okay. The thing that would hold the wick in your oil lamp.
no, they're not. They're not. I'm talking about their big. Okay, give me just a second here. I'll find some pictures of them.
Yeah, because I'm not picking up what you're talking about, so I'm kind of lost. That's all.
They're hanging lamps that'll have like a big glass, a glass ball that's the size of like a globe.
Right, your mic.
Yeah.
Did you cover your phone or something in your hand?
I don't know. Is that any better?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I must have had my hand. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not picking up what you're trying to say there. And
Here, I'll find.
I didn't know if I was just that high or what. How you doing, Jimmy?
Doing all right. I think I accidentally fell asleep in the background for about an hour.
That's all right. We kept her going. Me and Ryan are having a flea market weekend.
Does sound like it, yeah. Yeah. Trying to remember if I moved this cool swordfish ashtray that I got from my dad years ago. I hope I did. It was a frantic fucking move. So I don't know for sure that I got it. It might be in storage, but oh man, I'd be pissed off.
I hope so.
Yeah, it was super cool. It's Murano glass. I heard you talking about that a bit ago. It was soft glass from the island of Murano right outside of Venice. It held a monopoly on art glass production basically for 700 years or something, maybe 800 years. They literally kind of like with silkworms from the east, they would kill anyone that would take the secret of soft glass anywhere else. It was fucking brutal basically the way they treated it. Anyway, it was a cash cow, like people loved that glass. It was super unique. It's like
they put the metallic flake into it.
Pardon?
There's a lot of different.
They put that metallic flake into it, and it made the glass kind of look like liquid.
But like, here's one of my swag.
Nobody really knew how to make art sculptural glass like that. I mean, they make stuff with rock crystal and whatever that's super expensive and hard to do. The Venetians were able to make vivid colors in incredible shit. Nobody else knew how to do that. They physically didn't know how to do it.
They would use gold in them a lot of the times. They're like the controlled bubbles are fucking. I've got some pretty sweet ashtrays with controlled bubbles in them. And like one of the main things about Murano, like if you're trying to identify it, is they'll have a smooth, polished ponto, like it'll be flat
in the
like
bottom,
smooth bottom. And that doesn't go for everything. Like I've got some like Murano clowns that they almost look like kindergartner work if you didn't know what glass work, but they're actually pretty detailed. I don't know. I got some Marisol fucking and shit.
So Fumi, I got an idea for kind of a later night show. I'm trying to put together like a weekly meeting like you did there in Portland with like the taster group, but here with local farmers and local shop owners at one of the shops. They've got a nice big area so we can get like 20, 30 people to sit down, and I've got someone that's willing to do interpretation.
That'd be chill. Yeah.
So I thought I'd bring that up to you, see if you were interested maybe. And
yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the other countries in the world are going to have probably better legalization for stuff like that than we do.
Yeah.
So go for it. It'd be super fun. As long as I can start the meeting, like for example, it's midnight right now, so I could totally still start the meeting right now. When would you want to start the meeting, for example?
Well, your time, midnight, your time would be like 2 p.m. here. So we'd end up probably starting it at noon here.
Oh, okay.
So that would be 10 p.m. your time.
No problem at all. Yeah.
And it'll probably be like a 2, maybe well, don't know how to go at first. It's going to be a thing, but they have a really big Facebook page up here of Chiang Rai growers. And they're always asking questions and wanting to get together and talk. And I'm trying to find a place for us to do that and, you know, connect the farmers with the shop owners.
Easier said than done here. We used to have as many as 5 lounges at one time. Now, as far as I can tell, I think we have 0 actually. Public lounges. We used to have Flight Lounge, but they've closed, I think, both locations now. I think this Sunday, or was it last Sunday? I meant to go to the last weekend, but then I realized, like, shit, I haven't gone the last year. That's kind of weird to go the last weekend. But they're closing down their Oregon City location. They're hopefully going to reopen in Portland in the very near future. They're apparently in the process of remodeling it. So knock on wood, they're going to be back. But literally one lounge in the city of Portland for smoking. You can basically walk in and puff, you know, like,
wow,
be 5 of them. There's less now. That's the wrong way of progress. But what can you do? You know?
Yeah, exactly. You know, someone like me, you know, we're dying for places to go, and now we have them here in Thailand, and it's such a great thing to be able to go and, you know, really not have to worry about people drinking a lot of alcohol. And you're surrounded by a bunch of other pot smokers, and it's great to have that type of atmosphere and to be able to go, because no matter where you're at in the world, if you're in one of these lounges, you're going to be able to strike up a conversation. And, you know, that's what it should be about, you know, getting together, having conversations, discussing things.
How about you? Is that good? Sorry.
For what? I don't know.
Were you doing an aggressively Mexican Beavis?
It was aggressive or something.
Beavis, but after taco night in Guadalajara or something.
Mexican Monday in Chiang Rai.
Oh shit, I haven't even had a chance to play with it. Ryan, do you hear that ChatGPT now can see and hear, basically? I haven't had, like I said, I haven't had a chance to mess with it, but I guess it probably uses your phone sensors, basically. That's a fucking trip and a half.
Wow.
I've never actually used the GPT. I've always stuck with the OpenAI or whatever, or the GPT 3 or whatever the hell it is, I think. Or maybe that's the one that
I don't know if it's, you know what, now I don't know if it's the public one, the GPT-3, or if it's the GPT plus. It might be the GPT plus.
Yeah, I don't pay for it, so
if you pay $10 or 20, I can't remember how much it is.
Yep.
Some bucks, you can get the it'll literally, like, it can see and hear. Okay, that's about as much information as I have, I realize, but anyway.
They're just that, you know, that Randall Carlson, he's like on Joe Rogan every once in a while. He's a guy that like says like there's, you know, been like technological civilizations in the past, or, you know, and shit. Like I just saw him on I don't know if you ever watched the Concrete podcast with the K.
Yeah.
But they that Randall Carlson was just on there. Apparently he was on Joe Rogan not too long ago about it too, but like apparently there's some new type of modification that they make to engines that'll make it like have like basically 0 emissions, and like they're adaptable as like going like smokestacks for fucking coal burners and shit. It's
turbine.
Yeah, it's some type of turbine shit or something like that, where it's like you can almost make them at home. I don't know. It's fucking some crazy shit to do with plasma and vibrations and fucking storm machines or some shit.
Your mama likes vibrations. Love for the Plants passed legislation to support lounges, but they put in the rules that the product consumed must be purchased there. It's a money grab by Colorado regulators. In other words, anything homegrown isn't allowed. Unfortunately, that's probably going to be the only model that actually happens, which is not a model that I'm interested in. I can tell you that. I mean, I guess I would be interested in if it were like a winery style model. Like if I could go to Love for the Plants weed winery, his weedery, and go and puff his weed and actually sit there in a lounge, I might be interested. But even then, that's a little bit of a tough sell for me. I'm not the kind of person that goes to, I've been to wineries, right? Like it's not like I've never been to one or something. I don't gravitate to that kind of situation at all. I know there's plenty of people who do, so it's not to say that that's not a viable business model, but yeah.
It sounds like that's how they kind of do it in Minnesota, but from the way I don't know, from what I understood, just without getting a special lounge license, it's only edibles are allowed to be consumed there, something like that.
Here in Thailand and in Asia, you can bring into most bars and most restaurants your own whiskey and you pay like a bottle charge.
A lot of places
in Cambodia, there's a place that has always sold pre-rolls and you can openly smoke right in front out on the street. But the tuk-tuk drivers that sit right there, they have better weed. But as long as you buy a couple joints from the bar, you can buy the tuk-tuk drivers weed and sit there and smoke their weed. So every night I would go to the bar, buy a pre-roll, give it to somebody, and buy the tuk-tuk driver's weed and smoke that there. Or I would have my own, like a corking fee.
One of the big problems that we weed smokers kind of bump up against is literally the laws that they've passed against cigarette smoking that has been so destructive for many years. It's given people fucking, millions of people cancer and everything else. And so they've now passed all these clean air laws. And so now basically you can't basically have something that would be very logical, like a coffee shop that you could smoke joints in, right?
And then you get like douchebag vapors.
Like, well, not everybody's been to fucking Amsterdam, but a lot of people have been to Amsterdam and have puffed some fucking weed in a coffee shop, right? They literally even sell coffee. That's one of the reasons why they're called fucking coffee shops. That would be a great model. I mean, a lot of people disagree with the idea of having like bars that also have weed, for example, because the bar is a pretty fucking well-established business model, right? So it doesn't make a ton of sense not to kind of use that right in the future, but there's a ton of people who don't like that overlap. There's probably a lot of people in this audience and maybe even on this panel that don't like the concept of alcohol and weed mixing. I actually kind of think it's nice to have alcohol and weed. I like the crossfade and everything else, but everyone is different. Everyone's experience is different. Long story short, though, OLCC, Oregon, Liquor Commission, every liquor commission fucking known to man is probably never going to allow alcohol and weed to mix. Don't ask me why they're going to happen. They just don't like that.
One of the Minnesota proposed laws or whatever, or statutes or whatever, says that so a lot of the liquor stores are ran by municipalities here. Like it'll be the city liquor store, and apparently they're like one of the first in line to be able to dispense it. But I don't know.
Shit, I had something to say and I lost it.
I mean, we'll see. We have to do this weird dance around these things. It'll probably end up happening in Europe or something first. We'll see.
Oh, one thing I did want to say is, as far as smoking in these coffee shops, even back in the 90s, these coffee shops had like big smoke eaters or big ventilation systems in them to keep the smoke out. So even back in the 90s, they were thinking about, people and secondhand smoke and the safe access points in Michigan. If you allowed smoking in the facility, you actually had to have those smoke eaters in the building and continuously running while you were open. So there wasn't a buildup of secondhand smoke in the room.
Just two guys running around going nom 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 all day.
Yeah, like Big Pac-Man.
Pretty much. Named Mario and Luigi.
It's kind of funny though when you pull up to a building and it's the middle of summer and they're not cooking food, but they got like a smokestack coming out of the roof of the building.
I just remember when I was a kid being puzzled at the concept of smoking and non-smoking sections in a restaurant. Because I remember thinking like, but wait, there's still smoke in the non-smoking section. Does that just mean that there's smoke in the smoking section? And pretty much people agreed. Yeah, like that's basically what it is. There's just more smoke in the smoking section.
Yeah, you don't get charged for it.
Shit. Yeah. In the non-smoking section, we get to enjoy your smoke unwillingly, but in the smoking section, we really get to have it fresh from the source. Fuck how times have changed. Did you see like what was it? I was watching Sopranos, and in New Jersey until recently, I guess until the Clean Air Act that was passed, well, an addendum to the Clean Air Act, I guess, was passed just like 10 years ago or something. Until then, you could smoke in restaurants in New Jersey. Fuck, it had been like 20 years since you could do that. Maybe what? Not quite 20 years, but a long time since you could do that in Oregon. Anyway, times have changed so much. Well, boys and girls, I think maybe
If you're a special type of douche, you can vape here everywhere.
What's that, Ryan?
If you're a special type of douche, you can vape anywhere you want.
I want to say the competition vaping has kind of come and gone. There still are like vapors. You still see a lot of vapors around. Now I feel like most vaping is the like disposable cartridge vaping. Like there are still some of the vape shops around, but very, very few. I want to say that in Portland, maybe the last man standing of like the 20 or 30 big vape stores is Division Vapor. I guess they got their start because there's a street called Division. I don't think they have a store on Division anymore. Now it's on Powell. But anyway, yeah, literally, I think they're like the only one left. Man, there used to be literally 20, 30 freaking stores just for vape oils, cartridges, whatever. One by one, they've closed. It's freaking bizarre.
It's funny. You see a lot more people vaping here than you do smoking cigarettes. But vaping and buying the juice is illegal.
Yeah. Even though the vape juice is illegal, you said?
Yeah.
Wow. How interesting.
It was all illegal. Because the government can't make their money off of it. And the government has their own tobacco. And I'll actually go out and buy a package of it. It doesn't even look like any leaf. It's like stem, all really little stem, hardly any leaf to it at all. But yeah, to buy the vape juice and all that was illegal. They used to make in Bangkok every 3 to 4 months. They would go around and bust like 30, 40, 50 stores. Which is kind of funny because you're sitting there next to a cop that's vaping.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't want to smoke cigarettes. No, but isn't that illegal? Yeah. Okay. It's Thailand.
Apparently, the earliest varieties of tobacco were intoxicating. and that reminded me of well, people in the audience were talking about the Native American tobaccos, and I still haven't had a chance to grow those seeds. And unfortunately, because of my fucking move, I was thinking about this the other day. I think I lost those fucking seeds. Like
Ah,
one or two people sent me. Now I don't even remember the name of the fucking varietal. Anyway, native tobacco, I guess. That sucks. All right, if anyone's listening, if you guys have the native tobacco seeds, this time I won't lose them. And I'll fucking trade you for something.
yeah, isn't like Indian tobacco like really narcotically high stone to it
Well, that's
almost?
what people have been saying. Yeah, apparently it's intoxicating. Yeah, and that's been basically bred out of commercial tobacco. I don't know why exactly, but
Mhm.
it's grow a little.
Taken out on the alcohol sales.
Yeah, you'd assume like if you could get basically intoxicated from a pack of fucking Marlboros, you'd assume that would be a bonus. So I don't know why they would remove that.
Yeah, you get a lot more customers.
You think so, right? Or perhaps because it would intoxicate you, perhaps that would bring more scrutiny. You literally wouldn't be allowed to smoke while driving, and that would mean less that they could fucking sell you. There's probably some logic to it.
Man,
Some
that
really is fucking dipshit, because those tobacco companies, they would fucking sell their mother for $1. So there's probably some logic that you would just absolutely shake your head about. Anyway,
and I'm sure they're willing to spend billions of dollars to make sure that you can drive your car and smoke a cigarette
right,
because
absolutely right.
you know, if you're driving a car for a few hours, man, you're going through some cigarettes.
So 100%, yeah. Well, like flies off the show, and cheers, folks. The 420 for the, in this case, 1220.
I'm almost done
Jeff.
rolling.
I think Jeff and Ryan have bounced very quietly. To you, Captain
Okay.
420, I think that was a great idea, by the way, to do a tasting on the show. I think you'll have to figure out the mic situation because unfortunately it can be really disorienting. I've tried it before, so I guess sort of ask me how I know. With the now Flight Lounge actually that's closing, interesting kind of segue to the story. It used to be called Khalifa Lounge, and then Khalifa Dispensary decided, I think, to sell off the lounge, but Flight Lounge picked up the lounge. And now, unfortunately, I think just based on business stuff and whatever, Flight Lounge has to close that Oregon City lounge. I hope that they freaking come back. Anyway, we tried to do a couple of meetings at that formerly Khalifa Lounge, and the problem was that basically the crosstalk was kind of bizarre. So unless you have everyone mic'd up, which is challenging and expensive, you'll have to figure out whose mic to kind of pick up, if it's yours or someone else, and you'll have to basically, someone will have to have a monitor and someone will have to have a speaker, or you could potentially mic up, this is possible, you could potentially have a kind of a community speaker, like a computer that has the sound coming out of it, and then basically everybody could hear that, but there is, for example, only one microphone that people would talk into, because that would basically keep all the crosstalk between each other to a minimum. So, for example, you'd get like a Shure SM58, that's like $100 microphone, not even. And if you hold it up to your face, then it'll pick up your sound. But if you hold it away from your face, it no longer picks up the sound. Those are the microphones that like rock singers, there's like a fucking rock band right behind them with the drummers and everything. And it only picks up the singer. That would work super well because then you could hand it to anybody who's wanting to talk. For example, you don't have to do that.
Hopefully I'll be able to get my laptop fixed. But I have Bluetooth mics. I have 2 of them.
Right on.
And I could probably be wearing one, or maybe the interpreter wearing one, and then just pass the other one around and let people talk that way. That way we have one person talking at a time and not a whole bunch of people talking over.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That may be a way to control that. So, you know, we can set up a couple different mics if we have to have a little board, you know, a 3 or 4 channel or 6 or 8, then, you know, we can just plug in a couple extra mics and do it that way. Some of these guys are really intelligent. Let me tell you, man, these kids are sharp as shit.
I'm sure. No, I'm excited to hear it.
So,
I'm saying this is a good idea. The freaking soundboards are expensive, so don't count on that anytime soon. They cost in the hundreds of dollars. They're fucking handy as shit, but as you can see, I don't have one yet, so they're kind of hard to justify.
a
There's
lot of the
gotta
guys
be some
growing
cheap-
cannabis are musicians.
Oh, right on. There you go.
So they have a little 4 channel.
There you go. Right on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Zoom PodTrack P4 is only a couple $100. That's actually doable. But if you, well, whatever. Yeah, if you add like 6 or 8 channels, that's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
It's
But a
actually
nice little 4 one.
I was talking to somebody not too long ago, like for many years I wanted to, well, whatever, I don't have to get in all of my fucking ideas, but recording equipment, sound recording equipment used to be horrifically expensive. People think that photo gear is expensive, and of course they're right. They're not
No.
that photo, video gear, there's just no sugarcoating it. It is expensive. But audio gear is on like another fucking level. It's just fucking Looney Tunes, or at least it used to be. Now it's expensive but affordable. You can get like a halfway decent recorder for a couple $100. You can get a really nice recorder for $1,000. Fuck, it used to be so much more money than that. You could get a garbage shit can for like over $1,000. There was this Sony recorder that actually to this day is legendary, but it was like $1,200 fucking dollars. Like it's a little bit of a and that was entry level. So like that's a little bit of a fucking entry level, you know. So anyway.
And it was a few years ago too.
You know it, yeah. Anyway. These days you can buy 3D printed microphones from Slovakia. You can build your own fucking microphones. You can buy capsules off of Alibaba and build your own microphones for a few dollars. It's fucking nutty. Anyway.
Well, Jimmy, thank you for another wonderful evening.
Welcome.
And we will continue this tomorrow, correct?
In just a few hours, indeed. Cheers, Captain.
Okay. Cheers, everyone out in chat. Jimmy, thank you again for hosting this and having us all on and giving us a place to hang out. And everybody that was on the panel, have a good night. Peace out as the storm comes in.
That's the perfect timing. Thanks, Captain. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, in germs, I guess that thank you for this. Thank you, Southern VT Grower. Thank you, Martial Artist Stony Creek. I bet you Southern VT Grower is going to have some beautiful flower here coming up shortly. I personally am a big fan of that Sour Morgana. I think you will be as well. Sour Morgana, the mom, just out the door here, actually just a little bit, has been getting fucking pounded by the fucking rain. Anyway, hopefully she'll do all right. She's been super resilient so far. I lost a couple of little branches off of Goji Pie, so that was infuriating because it's such a beautiful plant and everything else, and the needs honestly a couple more weeks. It is what it is. First time growing outdoors, so what can I say? Thankfully, I have a few other plants too that seem to be doing all right. So anyway, learning experiences and all that kind of stuff. But goodness gracious, is it fucking stressful? Anyway. Especially since I don't really have an indoor garden. That's not exactly true, but I don't, certainly not on the scale that I used to. Anyway. Bizarre. What was I going to say? Knock on wood, next week is supposed to be sunny. So if it keeps up, that'd be awesome. If we could get a couple weeks in a row of sunny weather, that would be pretty spectacular. Anyway, ladies and germs, goodness gracious, I think Fang is still selling the Super Celestial. I have not had a chance to check in with him for a few days. Pretty sure he is. So feel free to check in with me if you guys have any apprehension. Pretty sure he is. So if you guys would like a 7-pack of that, that's certainly the most affordable option. The least affordable option, but still honestly compelling. Fuck, if I had a little extra cash, I'd almost think about doing it. Can't remember what he calls it. The baller pack, whatever. It's like $2,000, but you get freaking 77 seeds, quite a bit of a hunt there. And then also the tissue culture sour diesel. So hey, worth thinking about. If you just won the lottery or something, I realize that that's a little bit of an ask, but shit, if you guys had a great month, check it out, my friends. Check it out. Why not? There's no discounts on the Fang gear, no discounts on the Gage Green gear. He prices it as he prices it, and that is respectable, ladies and gentlemen. What was I going to say? I, on the other hand, am one of those folks that love to have a bargain myself. I can't help it. I just love to get a deal. So I hope you guys enjoy it as well. The deal available at the moment is the deal available for all loyal listeners. It's basically a loyalty discount. Brains, BRAINZ. That's D Zombie's Q right now, probably in his sleep. He probably wakes up and goes, Brains. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's 14% off. Feel free to use that coupon code and you'll save a little bit of cash on Fumidoro Genetics, of course. Highly recommend even though he's a bag of dicks, the Coot Special crosses are wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. People have been saying great things about them. I have quite enjoyed the ones that I have grown. The high is spectacular. I'm going to continue growing with those genetics. I basically don't want to grow any of his gear anymore, honestly, but I'm going to continue growing with the genetics because they're fucking solid and a half. Solid like a brick shit house. I don't remember what the expression is. I think that is the expression right there. Anyway, Figment is something I would wholeheartedly recommend, ladies and germs. Figment is forbidden fruit to the Coot Special. What else? Oblivion, that's memory loss from Archive, crossed to the Coot Special. Super ultra duper sativa on that one. It's going to rip your skull off. Sour Morgana is very, very, very it's kind of got the sativa without the aggressiveness of the sativa, I guess you could say. So a lot of people don't like the skull ripping paranoia of something like Oblivion. That's going to really rip your face off. But if you want to be lit for a couple of hours, ask me how I know. Today I was basically putzing around and I was like, shit, I'm still lit after a couple of hours. Sour Morgana is a nice ticket for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to give you the oh my God, the black helicopters are coming after me, that well, even actually, honestly, the uncut Coot Special kind of could give it to some people. So when I smoked it with a few people, they got a little bit paranoid. So for what it's worth, the sort of uncut Coot Special is definitely a sativa. But how do I put this? Yeah, the Sour Morgana, quite a bit more. Well, it doesn't have any of the Coot Special. I'm selling it very poorly, I realize, because I'm telling you very confusing things. All right. If you want an incredibly rip your face off sativa high, go for Oblivion. Go for what was the other one that I literally just said? Figment's probably not as rip your face off. God damn it. All right, now I'm freaking all right, now I'm probably high. On the bright side, I'm high on Sour Morgana, so that's a better commercial, ladies and gentlemen. Erasing all of that other stuff. I wish I had those Men in Black pens. Wouldn't that be great? Oof, and you'd be like, what? I don't know. Sour Morgana, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to get it ripped, be high for a couple hours, not be paranoid with freaking delusions of helicopters, or I don't even know what's scary. Something, whatever you're scared of. I guess you could be scared of anything, honestly. It's usually the black helicopters and stuff, though, right? Isn't it? It's like, oh my God, the cops are coming for me. But isn't that sad? It's kind of, when you think about it, that's fucked up. Like the cops are supposed to be there for us or something, right? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up when you think about it. Anyway. Regardless, ladies and germs, you're not going to feel that way on Sour Morgana, I don't think. If you do, please let me know. I'll send you another pack of seeds because that would be really kind of fucked up. That's definitely not the intention of Sour Morgana. Take a look, of course, at all the other crosses, ladies and germs. There's going to be a bunch more coming. Still looking for testers. Actually, well, am I? Fuck it. I'm still looking for testers. Why not? Send me an email. Looking for testers for a couple of different things. Hurry the fuck up because I have to send them as fast as possible. But please do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Fumidor@chronictable.com. And honestly, it wouldn't hurt to tell me in the future if you want to sign up for something. There's probably something I have to test. I've said before, I have a bunch of internal stuff that I'd like to get to. And right now, with the whole shenanigans with the move and stuff, I don't right at the moment have a place to what's the word I'm looking for, to fucking pheno hunt stuff. Honestly, I have a place to run veg stuff so that I can do veg work to my heart's content. At the moment, I have more than enough space, but don't at the moment have enough flower space. So might change that in the future, but I don't know yet. So if you guys would like to help out with that kind of stuff in the future, I would love to hear from that. More, how do I put this? Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I'm not going to stop looking for Fumidoro Skunkworks projects. So honestly, if you guys still want to sign up for that kind of stuff, always looking for collaborations in that now. Sam Olson knocked it out of the park. I hadn't even really thought of that before. I sort of, maybe half thought about it because I thought about working with Sub before. It was Sub Cool. Who doesn't know who Sub Cool is? Okay, whatever. If anyone miraculously doesn't know who Sub Cool is, when I say Sub, now you do. I thought about that with him and then just kind of put it on the shelf. Hadn't really thought about it with Fumidoro. Anyway, Sam Olson knocked out of the fucking park. As I said, you guys are going to hear a lot more about that stuff in the future here. That's one of the testers, a couple of the testers actually. In the meantime, Sam Olson has also kicked the fucking barn doors open, and you guys are going to be hopefully collaborating in Fumidoro Skunkworks. So please let me know if you guys would like to test some stuff that I don't have time to test. If you guys would like to work on breeding projects that I don't have time to work on. If you yourself have something that you would like to crack into something of mine, hey, that's an option too. It doesn't hurt to ask. All of those things, that's what Fumidoro Skunkworks is supposed to be for now. Basically all kinds of fun skunkworks projects that may or may not work out, just like the shit at Area 51. There's of course a lot of people who think a lot of the UFO sightings are literally just like fancy Air Force shit from Area 51. Well, that's Fumidoro Skunkworks. It might fly super high, it might go super fast, or it might crash on the ground like a fucking broken flying saucer, and then people will talk and laugh about it for 100 years. Hopefully not that. Hopefully it'll fly super high and go super fast. Sign up, ladies and germs. I'm trying to say, what is that? I am in Fumidoro. Oh, he's in for some Fumidoro Skunkworks crosses. I was thinking like I was going somewhere completely. I totally am, I think, high now. All right. I didn't smoke for a couple hours. Maybe that's why. Now I'm more high because I didn't smoke for a couple hours. That's probably what it is. Ladies and geraniums, thank you for putting up with us. Sounds good, Robert Benjula. I bet you do have some interesting crosses. I'm trying to pronounce your name right. Thanks for hanging, my friends. Before I say anything completely stupid, I guess be kind, be decent, be gentle. Don't be fucking pricks, dicks, or lunatics. We'll be here in just shy of 12 hours. We're doing the high noon safety meeting. That's literally the first time that I've said it this entire show. Wonderful commercial. Fumidor. Well done. Ladies and germs, if you've waited until the very end here, you'll be reminded that we are going to be here at high noon safety meeting. Actually, same channel, so fuck the fucking trolls that locked my other channel down. I don't know, it should be back, but YouTube always manages to take like 8 days instead of 7, so I think that's what it is. Anyway, I guess main channel hopefully will be back on Saturday for D's takeover. We'll see, or no, maybe on Friday for the grill and chill. We're trying to do those every week now. So hopefully for Friday, ladies and germs, we'll be doing grill and chill. I'm going to keep that show kind of informal. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I kind of can't guarantee. I'm realizing now after all this time, I've been trying to pull away from shows, and now I'm adding a show. So I'm going to try to do it because I think it's a fun idea, and I'm enjoying the idea of making burgers and cooking and stuff on Friday's show. But I do want to make sure that we have the option. Hey, if we can't do it, we can't do it. So folks, let's keep that show informal, at least for the time being. But we'll do the grill and chill. We might do it earlier. In fact, we probably will do it earlier. Why do a maybe? Let's just go ahead and commit to it. The poll basically was kind of unambiguous. Well, not unambiguous. I guess it wasn't like 100%, but good 75% of you guys were in favor of doing either at least an hour earlier or so, or even way earlier. One of the options was like, fuck, we'll do it way earlier, like 4 o'clock. And there's like 20% of people who were for that. So anyway, between the two of you guys, between doing a little earlier and that, it was like 65, 75%. I can't remember, the bulk of you. So sure enough, yeah, might as well let's do a little earlier. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm thinking maybe I doubt that there's anyone waiting on my freaking words right now, but just in case, maybe we'll do it 6 Pacific on Friday, see how that goes. 5's a little early, honestly, so we'll try maybe 6, see how that goes. That's basically an hour earlier than we normally start. If that's not early enough, we'll play it by ear because I realize that's already maybe a little bit too late for some people on the East Coast and stuff like that. So let me know. Gators and deep fried taters and fucking baked potatoes. I don't know why I'm always calling you guys taters. Not that kind of show, Southern VT Grow, and we need to charge more for that. Ladies and geraniums, high noon safety meeting. Email me. I probably shouldn't point because that's supposed to be impolite, right? But anyway, I did it already, so I guess that Rubicon has been crossed. Come hang. Don't show your wang. It's gonna be fun. High noon safety meeting on Fumidoro, pretty much exclusively on Fumidoro, ladies and gentlemen. We've kept it here to help grow the channel slightly. Didn't really help all that much, but anyway, at least we're trying. Plenty of interesting interviews with Fang and the rest of them. I hope to very soon get back to having actual interview discussions, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the patience of sticking with the free-flowing format. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce here because I realize I'm just babbling pointlessly. Thank you very much for hanging, my friends. Who else in here? Benny Ben, good to see you, my friend. Pip Jam MBF, have a great day, buddy. 8 p.m. show, perfect. He's saying right on. All right, sounds good. Let's see here. By the way, folks, any of you folks who are of a religious mean or convene with some kind of higher powers, I personally am of the atheistic mean, so I can't exactly pray or anything like that, but apparently my mom could use some help. So ladies and germs, do your diligence if you can. If your God answers back, let me know because perhaps I should change my mind. Anyway, fuck, life is a weird and strange thing. Anyway, hi, my friends. See you guys in a few hours. Hopefully.